plaît pas. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Government bills. Senate.
Bill S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Mr. Hussein for Mrs. Putsipat-Taylor, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, moves that Bill S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. I'm very pleased to be here to begin the second reading debate regarding Bill S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Bill S5 was introduced into the other place last November by Senator Petitclerc. My sincere thanks to the Senator for her help in advancing this legislation and to the members of the Standing Senate Committee on Social Affairs, Science and Technologies for their work in reviewing this bill. All members of this House are aware of the dangers associated with tobacco use. They also know that reducing the use of tobacco has been a primary public health goal of governments at all levels for decades. My colleagues should also know that tobacco use is a significant economic burden on this country as well, and it costs Canadian society approximately $16.2 billion as of 2012, the last year for which figures are available. That is $466 for every Canadian, and these costs are for health care, responding to tobacco-related fires, policing contraband tobacco, research and prevention, and include lost productivity due to disability and premature death from tobacco use. Bill S5, Mr. Speaker, will advance key elements of our government's comprehensive plan to strengthen tobacco control in Canada. These include the establishment of a new framework for regulating vaping products and to facilitate the implementation of plain packaging for tobacco products. Before I lay out details of the bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to set out some broader context so that members may appreciate the need for strengthening tobacco control and how the bill fits in within the broader health agenda. When the Federal Tobacco Control Strategy was launched in 2001, Canada's tobacco control approaches were regarded as innovative and world-leading. And as a nation, we established an impressive track record in driving down tobacco use. Indeed, we established ourselves as the world leader in this area. And overall, our smoking rate has fallen from 22% in 2001 to 13% in 2015. And since the launch of the federal strategy, all the provinces and territories have enacted their own tobacco control legislation and approaches. The combined efforts of federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments in tobacco control have been crucial to Canada's success to date. The decline in tobacco use in Canada means that fewer Canadians will die as a result. This is something, Mr. Speaker, that we can all be proud of, but we can always do better. The sad fact, Mr. Speaker, is that 4.5 million Canadians still use tobacco, and in 2015 alone, 115,000 Canadians became daily smokers. Approximately 45,000 Canadians will die every year from tobacco-related illness, representing 18% of all Canadian deaths. Mr. Speaker, that is one person every 12 minutes. And by the time we finish this speech, another Canadian will have passed from a tobacco-related illness. The toll of tobacco-related preventable deaths, tobacco-related preventable deaths is unacceptable. Our goal recognizes the need to establish a new regulatory framework, one that is firmly grounded on public health imperatives. Canada has ceded the mantle of world leader in tobacco control to other countries, such as Australia and the United Kingdom. They have been quicker to adapt their tobacco control efforts to address the always changing strategies that tobacco companies use to recruit new smokers. It is our government's intention to make Canada once again a world leader in tobacco control, and that is why we have launched an ambitious tobacco control agenda. This agenda has four main components. First of all, our government published an order amending the Tobacco Act to ban the use of menthol in most tobacco products sold on the Canadian market. Evidence has shown that youth use of these products makes tobacco more palatable. Tobacco companies have acted on this by introducing menthol products in far greater numbers, and by implementing a ban on menthol, we have acted on the evidence as well. The changes we made expanded flavor restrictions to 95% of the entire tobacco market in Canada, helping to make tobacco products less appealing to youth. And now, with Bill S5, we are proposing to go further and to ban it in 100% of tobacco products. Secondly, our government has initiated work to modernize Canada's approach to tobacco control. The federal tobacco control strategy was set to expire on March 31st, 2017. We have extended this deadline to March 2018 to allow more time to consult broadly and to fully examine all of the options. This past March, we convened a national forum at which more than 150 stakeholders and partners discussed the future of tobacco control in Canada. We launched the forum by asking participants how we could best modernize Canada's approach to tobacco control. We also conducted an online public consultation on the future of tobacco control. Reaching our goal will require the support of all Canadians, including stakeholders, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments, and Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, we heard from more than 1,800 individuals and organizations from across Canada, and we have heard that Canadians are tired of having their health and the health of their loved ones adversely affected by this highly addictive substance. They are ready to take action to prevent young people from taking up smoking, and they are ready to make a commitment to live healthier lives. Third, our government has committed to implementing plain and standardized packaging for tobacco packages and products, and to make them less attractive to our youth and other Canadians. This commitment, Mr. Speaker, was identified in the Minister of Health's mandate letter, and its implementation is a priority for our government. Fourth, we have committed to addressing the growing market for vaping products. Regulating vaping is important to the health of Canadians, particularly in terms of protecting youth and preventing the potential renormalization of smoking. And as I've said earlier, our tobacco control strategy must remain up to date with the changing product trends. Having provided details on our government's agenda for tobacco control, I'd like now to take this opportunity to provide more details on the key aspects of Bill S5. Bill S5 supports our commitment to implementing plain and standardized packaging for tobacco products. Tobacco packages are powerful promotional vehicles for the industry to communicate brand imagery. Research has shown that plain packaging measures, including the removal of logos, textures, colors, and brand image, help make tobacco products less appealing, especially to youth. And I firmly believe, Mr. Speaker, that tobacco companies should not be able to use attractive packaging to market a product that causes devastating, indisputable, and well-documented damage to people's health. Canadians agree, and they are ready to support action by the federal government that will discourage youth from starting to use tobacco products. As such, this bill would support the implementation of plain packaging of tobacco products by providing the authority to develop regulations to enable and facilitate this. Bill S5 will also help us respond to the rapid increase that we have seen in the popularity of vaping products. Evidence has suggested that these new products, while harmful, may be less harmful than traditional tobacco products, and consequently they have the potential to bring about public health benefits if they reduce tobacco-related death and disease. For smokers who are unable to quit, switching to a vaping product could be a way to reduce the harm that smoking has on their health and the burden that it places upon society. However, these products could also potentially lead to nicotine addiction, to the use of tobacco products, and to the renormalization of smoking behaviors, reversing the gains that we have made over the past 30 years. Recent surveys conducted by Health Canada indicate that 26% of Canadian youth aged 15 to 19 have tried an e-cigarette. And Mr. Speaker, this is a concern. We know that early exposure to nicotine can render an individual more susceptible to nicotine addiction and may have adverse consequences for brain development. Sadly, young people may not recognize the lifelong implications of experimenting with these products. Bill S5 aims to strike a balance, allowing adult smokers to use vaping products, which may provide them a path away from the more deadly cigarette, while also protecting youth and non-users from being recruited into a lifelong addiction to nicotine. The legislation proposes to regulate the manufacture, sale, labeling, and promotion of vaping products with and without nicotine, including vaping devices and substances such as e-liquids. It would amend the Non-Smokers Health Act to protect those in federally regulated workplaces from the potential harms of secondhand vapor. It would also harmonize compliance and enforcement authorities for both tobacco and vaping products with other modern statutes administered by Health Canada. Bill S5 also contains provisions aimed specifically at protecting young people from vaping products. And for example, the bill would restrict youth access to vaping products by prohibiting the sale of these products to youth under the age of 18. And it would protect youth from inducements to using vaping products by prohibiting marketing practices known to be effective at targeting youth. In these ways, Mr. Speaker, Bill S5 responds to the recommendations made by the Standing Committee on Health in its report entitled Vaping Towards a Regulatory Framework for E-Cigarettes. I know that some people have been critical of Bill S5 because they wanted to be able to promote vaping products as reduced-risk products. And to address this concern, the other place proposed amendments to Bill S5 to allow the government, through regulations, to set out exemptions for certain evidence-based statements regarding the relative health risks of vaping products. And once these regulations are in place, manufacturers and retailers would be allowed to use these statements in their promotion for vaping products. At the same time, Canadians would continue to be protected from deceptive or misleading claims on the health hazards of using vaping products. We will also continue to invest in scientific research, Mr. Speaker, to better understand the health impacts of vaping and to gather data on how Canadians are in fact using these products. In fact, Health Canada and the Canadian Institute of Health Research are already collaborating to regularly generate data on vaping products, which is used to inform policy and regulatory decisions. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. The evidence we have today indicates that while it is true that vaping products are less harmful than cigarettes, they are still potentially harmful. Bill S5 would enable us to have stronger federal oversight to better protect Canadians from the negative health effects associated with using these products. Should Bill S5 become law, Canada will join the ranks of some 60 countries that have already taken action to specifically regulate vaping products. These international approaches range from minimal regulation to full bans. And despite these differences, many jurisdictions, including the European Union and the United States, are taking similar approaches to protecting youth from the dangers of nicotine addiction while allowing adult smokers to access vaping products. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the proposed legislation would allow our government to protect the health of Canadians by establishing a new framework for regulating the manufacture, sale, labeling, and advertising of vaping products in a flexible way that could be adjusted as our knowledge of these products evolves. I would like to reiterate that vaping products are not harmless and that the evidence on nicotine is clear. It is particularly harmful to young people. And given these facts, our government is committed to taking action and to balancing the needs of Canadians through this legislation. Bill S5 takes into consideration both the health harms and the potential public health benefits of vaping products. It aims to protect youth and non-users of tobacco products from inducement to tobacco use, and it would allow adults to legally access vaping products as a less harmful alternative to tobacco. Bill S5 also supports our government's efforts to implement plain and standardized packaging requirements for tobacco products. This is a critical piece of our government's tobacco control agenda. And if passed, Bill S5 will contribute to reducing tobacco use in Canada, and it would allow for the regulation of vaping in a way that protects the health and safety of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to charting a new course of action in tobacco control that contributes to the overall vision for a healthy Canada. It is critical that we all work together to address one of our most challenging and enduring public health problems. Accordingly, I would like to take this opportunity to encourage all members to support Bill S5 at second reading and refer it to the Standing Committee on Health for further study. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill, as the parliamentary secretary has just said, would require plain packaging for all cigarette products, not just the carton, the box in which it comes, but also the tube. So there would be no identifiable markers as to who made the product or what brand it is. Consumers would have no idea what they were buying. But so there's nothing there for consumer protection to know that they're actually getting what they're paying for and believe they're buying. But more importantly, it opens up what is already a very lucrative, very extensive contraband market within this country. It's estimated that in some parts of the country, up to 80% of cigarettes are already contraband. Without any identifiers, without any branding, this market could balloon and consumers would have no protection. I'm wondering if the parliamentary secretary could comment on that, particularly in light of his background prior to arriving in this House.
Parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. And certainly, the contraband tobacco is a significant concern, particularly at the risk it poses to our kids. And I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, in the jurisdiction for which I previously had responsibility for the safety of those kids, that in studies have indicated that almost half of the cigarettes being consumed by young people are in fact produced by criminal enterprise and are frankly a great health risk to our kids. But Mr. Speaker, plain and standardized packaging is about protecting the health of Canadians. The illicit tobacco products are an important issue, and these illegal lower-priced cigarettes undermine all of our efforts to reduce tobacco use. And with respect to counterfeit tobacco in particular, cigarettes packages sold in Canada will continue to be required to carry pictorial health warnings, to display stamp compromising both overt and covert security features. And these measures, Mr. Speaker, reduce the opportunity for organized crime. The monitoring and assessing of contraband tobacco activities and enhancing compliance with the Tobacco Act is a priority of the Federal Tobacco Control Strategy, and funding for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the Canadian Border Security Agency, Canada Revenue Agency, and Public Safety Canada to specifically address this issue has been made available.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that independent research still needs to be done regarding the health effects of electronic cigarettes and related products and the effect of nicotine-containing products on youth and other efforts to fight the use of tobacco. I want to know if the Government of Canada will commit to assigning funds to independent research projects. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And we agree, evidence-based policy is the best policy, and research needs to be done, and we have certainly some indication that these products may be less harmful, but there is an equally serious concern that they may also be used to introduce young people to nicotine, and that's why the provisions of this Act will make that an offence. But we recognize the importance of research, and as I've indicated in my earlier remarks, the government has made a commitment through working with CIHR to make funds available to enhance and increase research into the health implications. We will continue to close until the science fully evolves and there's a clear understanding about the potential harms that exist with vaping. We want to make sure that the Canadian legislation is sufficiently cautious to protect the overall health of our citizens.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député d'Alfred Pellan.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to ask him if Bill S5 allows for plain packaging for all tobacco products, or if there may be exceptions for products like cigars that are greater than 1.4 grams, because this is the case in some other countries that have plain packaging laws. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The health risks of tobacco use, I think, are very clearly documented and are completely unacceptable. The health implications of using tobacco, and we believe that plain packaging will assist us to achieve further reductions in making these products attractive to consumers and particularly to young people. And so the regulations that are proposed are for all tobacco products.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health for his speech. I heard clearly him iterate that the government believes that they want to reduce absolute harms and that smoking is harmful. And so could he comment on the hypocrisy of saying that at the same time that the government is introducing the legalization of smoking marijuana, which has already been proven to be harmful?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question because it gives me an opportunity to explain the importance of being able to regulate these substances. Now, currently, tobacco is under no control other than a criminal sanction, and over a third of our kids between the ages of 18 and 24 are now using this drug. It has become almost ubiquitous in our society. The cannabis that they're using, Mr. Speaker, is produced by criminal enterprise. It's not tested. It's not regulated in any way. And it's very difficult to enforce the rules, and they remain much unenforced. You cannot regulate that which is prohibited, Mr. Speaker, and so by lifting the criminal prohibition and replacing it with a very restrictive and comprehensive system of regulation for the production, distribution, and consumption of cannabis, we can actually enhance the health environment for all of our citizens, do a much better job of keeping this out of the hands of kids and other vulnerable populations, and bringing some science and evidence to that which is being consumed by Canadians on a very regular basis today to make sure that they know the potency and purity and the provenance of what it is they're consuming.
Good answer. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know, out of all of this information, I don't see anything about e-cigarettes. So does the government intend to make a distinction between the visual appearance of regular tobacco and e-cigarettes?
Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. When we're referring to vaping, we're including regulatory control of the e-cigarette. There are a number of different ways in which this vapor is being consumed, including e-cigarettes. The regulations that are being proposed, the restrictions being put in place will also encompass that method of consuming vaping products.
And comments. The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. He has visited my riding in the last few months to talk about different pieces of legislation, and of course he knows that Whitby is a bedroom community. There's a lot of young people there. I'm wondering how this piece of legislation, if he could expand on how this piece of legislation further allows parents in my community to understand that this government is taking a responsible and yet a very targeted approach in how we handle vaping and e-cigarettes.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my honourable colleague from Whitby for her question. And the protection of children, quite frankly, is our greatest priority and our greatest responsibility, Mr. Speaker. And so we recognize that the risk that early tobacco use, frequent tobacco use, and use of tobacco in various potencies can also present a risk to our kids. And that's why we're bringing forward this legislation. You know, we've achieved, I think, some very extraordinary results in significantly reducing the incidence of tobacco use among our young people. In fact, tobacco use is significantly less among our young people than cannabis use. But we still have more work to do, and we know the health risks of tobacco for our young people, and that's why we're taking these steps. And I think parents can be reassured that we're taking steps to make sure that these packages will not be sold in a way which is an enticement or an inducement to young people to begin to use this product. We also want to make sure that they have information. Many young people believe that because vaping is less harmful, they may not be aware that it can be harmful to them. And as an introduction to nicotine, it can also lead, at a very early onset in their young lives, to an exposure to nicotine. And we know that early exposure to nicotine and nicotine addiction can very often have young people then turning to other forms of nicotine consumption, in particular cigarettes. And so the steps that we're taking, Mr. Speaker, I think will reassure parents that this government takes the health and safety and security of their kids very, very seriously. We're taking steps that are necessary to protect them and also to inform all Canadians. You know, the more success we can achieve in reducing tobacco use among all of our citizens, and particularly our kids, is going to save lives, Mr. Speaker, and therefore it's worth doing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be here today and to speak to S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. And so with this bill, I think mainly there are two parts to the bill. One speaks to the plain packaging issue, and the rest of the bill is devoted to the vaping side of the bill. So I'm going to take my usual approach, which is to tell you what I like about the bill and what I don't like about the bill, and things I think we should consider as we move this bill forward. So first of all, I'm very proud of the Conservative Party's record on reducing tobacco smoking. When the Conservative government implemented measures, the number of young people in Canada that were smoking tobacco was cut in half, and I think that's admirable. And smoking rates overall under our government fell to an all-time low of 13%. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think everybody in this House would admit that we know smoking is harmful. We want to reduce the number of people smoking and the harmful effects that are associated with that. But that's not the only consideration in this bill. I think there's also a need to make sure that we reduce the crime that's going on that's involved in all of the parts of this bill. And I think we need to be concerned as well about any of the economic impacts that we might see as this bill would be implemented. So first of all, with respect to the vaping industry, it's possible that people are not very familiar with vaping. I had a number of people in this industry come to me and demonstrate all of the neat devices that you can use to basically take either glycol or water or some additives and heat them to basically a vapor that you inhale. And so by doing this, there are a number of things that are being vaped. People are in some cases trying to use vaping to get off smoking. So they start with a concentrated nicotine liquid, and over time they reduce the concentration of that nicotine limit, and the act of vaping sort of satisfies their smoking need, and over time they actually can get off smoking. In addition to that, there are different flavors that have been allowed, and so people are vaping flavors for different reasons. Some to get off smoking, some actually to address another situation. Folks that are diabetic, folks that are morbidly obese, apparently, prefer to vape something that has a sweet flavor to it, because then they're not, really receiving any calories, but they are sort of addressing one of the compulsive needs they have. So this is the information that has been shared with me from the vaping industry side of things. On the other hand, the vaping industry today is totally unregulated. And that's a problem because in Canada, we regulate pretty much everything else, food, drugs, etc. And we are concerned about vaping products getting into the hands of children. So we would like to see that industry regulated. And so that's a part of the bill that I do like. I think that there is regulation needed in that industry. And I think that the recommendations of making vaping products available to those over 18 is a very good idea. I think that we need to make sure that as we go in, we are taking all of the different types of devices into consideration as well. This is an area where the technology is changing, and so one of the things that was raised earlier is e-cigarettes need to be in this category, but I would say even beyond that, within the tobacco industry, there is growing science to reduce harm. And so one of the products that's not currently addressed by this legislation but needs to be addressed somewhere is the nicotine sticks, the actual tobacco sticks that are heated. So they're not being combusted. It's not a smoking phenomenon. It's a heating phenomenon. And so the research that's been done by that industry shows a 75% harm reduction for those products. So somewhere those products need to be addressed, and they're not really addressed today in this legislation. I've heard conversation that suggests they would remain under the tobacco part of the legislation, but I don't think that gives them a fair playing field because they're competing with the vaping products. And the vaping products that are out there do need to be regulated. We do need to be concerned about how those things are going to be promoted and sold. Today, you've got vaping shops that are unregulated that have arisen, and the regular convenience stores are not able to get into that market. So the input from the Canadian Convenience Association is just that whatever rules are put in place, they would like to be able to partake of that market and participate in that market, and I think that's a reasonable concern. Now, one of the studies that was done in the UK on the vaping side shows a 95% harm reduction from vaping over smoking regular tobacco. And so this is definitely moving in the direction of reduced harm. And I am concerned if we're too restrictive about the advertising of those benefits. We're saying we don't want people to say that this will reduce harm or that we don't want to advertise the benefits of going that way. I think that might be a mistake because we want people to get off smoking. That's one of the main drivers of all of the things that we're talking about today. And so that is something that needs to be considered as well. Now, on to the plain packaging side of the story. So the history within the plain packaging side of the development was an implementation that was done in Australia, where they went to plain packaging. Now, the outcomes of that were twofold. One, there was a slight reduction in the number of people smoking tobacco. I believe it was 100,000 people less smoking tobacco over a 3-year period. But there was an increase in contraband. Okay, so in Australia, they are in a different situation. They don't produce their own tobacco. So they're importing everything. But within that, the contraband grew from 10 to 26%. So that was concerning, especially as we look at how that compares to Canada. We have quite a contraband problem in the tobacco industry in Canada. And in fact, in Ontario, it's estimated that 40 to 60% of cigarettes that are being sold are contraband. And I know in my own riding, there are smoke shops literally everywhere throughout the riding where you can go and buy illegal contraband tobacco. And this is something that's simply not being enforced by the police today. Many of the First Nations areas in my riding are the ones that are putting forward this product, and so I understand the sensitivity of that. But certainly, if we're going to go to plain packaging, there are some consumer health considerations because there have been numerous complaints about the content going into some of this contraband tobacco. We've heard stories from, dirt and sweepings, animal manure. I mean, there's been a number of, troubling things. And from a quality control point of view, I think it was pointed out earlier that if the cigarette has absolutely no markings on it, then you have no idea whether it was made by a well-regulated industry that we have today on the tobacco side, or whether it was just made, in somebody's barn. So that's a concern for me because I think we have a lot of regulation in every other area of food and drugs, and this should be no different. The other thing that I think is sort of hypocritical on the part of the government has to do with the discussion that I participated in on the Health Committee with respect to marijuana and whether or not plain packaging would be appropriate for marijuana. Now, the way the discussion went on that one was to start out with the organized crime is already participating in this market. And they have lovely packaging with all kinds of colors, and people are becoming brand loyal, especially in the edible market. And the idea was that if you introduce plain packaging, it would not be competitive with what's already in place with organized crime. And so the discussion was that they wouldn't move to plain packaging there. So I don't know how you could make that argument on that side and not make the same argument on the tobacco side, where we have a 40% contraband market in Ontario, and I believe it's about 30% across the country. So certainly that bears a little bit of discussion, because what you're really talking about is competing harms, right? The harm reduction that you're going to get in smoking from going to plain packaging versus the harm increase from not knowing and not having quality control on that product, plus the harm from the organized crime interaction. So, you have to take a bit of a holistic view when we look at that. Now, there are a number of organizations that are weighing in on this legislation, and I think the Canadian Cancer Society and Heart and Stroke, we do look to them for their input on this. And this is a quote from the Canadian Cancer Society, where they say that they applaud the federal government's commitment to implement plain and standardized packaging for tobacco and are writing to encourage speedy adoption of regulations. Plain packaging for tobacco products would prevent tobacco companies from using packs as mini billboards promoting tobacco. Despite the fact that smoking rates have declined by more than half, tobacco use remains the leading preventable cause of disease and death in Canada, killing 37,000 Canadians every year. Deeply concerned by Canada's unacceptable high rates of smoking, especially among youth. Health Canada's tobacco strategy expires in March 2018. I urge you to strengthen this strategy through better funding to allow for stronger initiatives and greater impact through modernization of the outdated Federal Tobacco Act that's almost 20 years old, and through the speedy adoption of plain packaging regulations. So I think we see from these organizations that they see some merit in plain packaging, but obviously they would share the similar concerns about controlling the quality. And it may be that we do want to have some kind of a mark on the cigarettes that is a government-approved mark, that would at least allow the consumer to differentiate between something that is contraband and something that's not. That said, we know that organized crime is quite clever, and whenever we will put a mark on something, they can easily copy it. We see that we even have counterfeit money that happens. So that may not fix that concern overall. Now, some of the other things I want to talk about has to do with some of the recommendations that are specific to the packaging, where there is discussion about having an optional alphanumeric code used for product identification. I think it should actually not be an optional code, because what this would mean is there would be a number system on each cigarette with letters referring either to Canada or the province or territory where it's sold. So AB for Alberta, maybe, or CA overall, or ON, CAON for Canada, Ontario. So I think having a set of numbers, that would be another prevention tactic that you could use to try to keep contraband out of the market, and is worth considering. The current S5 also does not allow the tobacco industry to introduce these harm-reducing products that they are coming forward with under the vaping legislation. They're required to be under the tobacco legislation, which is more onerous from a product introduction point of view, getting products approved, getting products added to the list, the amount of scientific evidence that you have to bring about the health and other impacts, environmental impacts. So I would say that there needs to be a fair playing field between both of those. Now, let's talk a little bit about marijuana, because the government is intending to legalize this in July of 2018. So it seems to me that if we're addressing regulations and trying to modernize regulations about smoking, and they've decided, even though they want to reduce smoking, for some reason they've added marijuana smoking to the list of things that we want to do. It just seems like a totally hypocritical approach. But I'm certain that they would want to bring amendments to this bill that would include marijuana, so it's clear, because people are vaping marijuana and they're smoking marijuana. And, both of those are harmful. We've seen the Canadian Medical Association clearly come out with studies that show the harm to young people as their brains are developing, that we would see a 30% increase in schizophrenia, psychotic disorders, depression, anxiety, and addiction in young people that consume marijuana once a week, for example. So I think if we're talking about reducing overall harm, that would be a concern for me, bringing marijuana into this whole thing and having young people in any way get a hold of it. So that speaks again to having some kind of measures in place to make sure that young people don't get a hold of these products. Now, at the convenience stores today, we know that the cigarettes are kept behind the counter, you can't see them. And so, I'm not sure that on top of that, you actually need plain packaging. You can't see the packaging today. So I don't think people that are smoking are really, buying it on brand loyal things. I think some of the considerations that might be important are actually more regulating the size of things. They have started to come out with these slender packs for cigarettes, where the cigarettes are skinnier and they come in a little ladylike package, okay? So even if they made the package plain, allowing that different size gives an illusion that somehow smoking will make you skinny, which, I don't know that that's always true, although we do see quite often when people stop smoking that they gain weight, so there may be something to it. But I think that is certainly an enticement and something that for women that are wanting to carry cigarettes around in their purse, it's quite convenient. But I think it's an incentive to smoke, and I think we want to look at all of those things and say perhaps that's not the right idea. So the other consideration that we need to give is to the existing industry. So in Canada, we have a number of tobacco producers, and they have seen job losses over the years, and they do recognize that eventually we want to eliminate all smoking. But they have an export business, and there is a demand out there. And so I think we need to be sensitive to the impact to their jobs. And one of the questions that they asked me when they came to visit had to do with their ability to produce a colorful package to export. And it's not clear in the legislation here whether that would be allowed, because we're only allowing the production of plain packaging. So there would have to be some sort of exemption to allow them to continue to supply the cigarettes that they do as an export. Otherwise, that would hurt their business, and obviously there would be job reductions there. So that's an economic concern. I think there are also those that have tobacco growers that are in their riding, and they will be concerned about the impact of any of the changes that come out of this bill. And so we would need to give consideration to that as well. So you can see that there's a lot in this bill. There's a lot to consider and discuss. There are some good things about the bill, the fact that the vaping industry would be regulated and that we would be able to put in some protections to make sure that children aren't accessing them, that we would be able to make sure that retailers that can't participate in the industry could then start to participate, and that could be a good outcome. But we do see that on the plain packaging side, there are a lot of difficulties and inconsistencies. There's an inconsistency in the approach that we would use for marijuana versus tobacco. There's some concerns about the quality control and how you would make sure that you protect the consumer from contraband versus the the well-regulated and quality-controlled production of cigarettes. And then there's the whole area of the new technology and trying to create a fair playing field for the new technology. I'm impressed to see the tobacco companies coming forward with multiple generations of new products that are not smoked tobacco, that actually are used to get people ultimately reducing their nicotine and getting off of this drug. But I think right now the constraints on them from being regulated as a smoked tobacco product is not helping them move in the right direction, which is the direction we want to see people go. We want people to stop smoking. We know that smoking is one of the leading causes of death in Canada, and we want to make sure that we do everything we can to help the industry as we transition to products that will transition the rest of Canadians off smoking. And at the same time, we do need to be mindful to make sure that we're not incentivizing new young Canadians, either by the marijuana legislation that's being introduced that has a wrong message in it that says kids 12 to 17 can possess up to 5 grams. That is really the wrong message. There's a lot of children and young people that don't understand that marijuana is harmful to them. We need to get that public education message out there. And then I think we need to make sure that we control all of these products so that when they start to be used with marijuana in increasing amounts, that people don't have unintended consequences. I don't think there's a lot of research, for example, on the concentration of marijuana that you can vape safely. I think that's an area of concern, especially when we see some of the contaminated supplies of marijuana that do exist and probably will continue to exist. So for all of those reasons, I think there's enough good in this bill that it's worth talking about. But as you can see, there's a lot of areas of concern that would have to be sorted out at committee. I look forward, as one of the members of the Health Committee, to helping sort through and seeing whether or not we can address these issues and come out with a bill that at the end of the day will do more good to Canadians than harm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for her speech, and I do appreciate your support in which you say the things that you like and the things that you don't like. And you do support the need for regulation, especially when we're talking about protecting our children. So while 8 provinces have passed vaping legislation, the approach does not provide uniform level of protection to Canadians. And I'm wondering if you can comment on the need for federal leadership to ensure that there is protection across the country, especially when we're considering our children.
If I could just interrupt for a second. I just want to remind the Honourable Member I'm sure she doesn't want me to reply. I'm sure she meant the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. I'll let her reply.
This issue as well, but yes, I thank the member for the question, and definitely I see in this area, as in many of the areas in health, where the federal government has a role in leadership. The provinces begin to march away, and they are all well-intentioned, but they end up putting in place things that are different, things that become confusing to folks, either that are trying to sell products across provinces where there are different rules. All of these things drive higher costs. And we see this as well even in palliative care. I know the member is well aware that I brought a palliative care bill, and the provinces are all starting to implement it, but in different ways. And this is where the federal government needs to get in. We see that now is the time with the vaping market. People are bringing in regulations. We need to bring in regulations and work with the provinces to make sure that we have a clear and a standard set of rules that will protect the children, that will allow fair competition in that market, and regulate the market as we would with anything else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. We all know how interested she is in health-related issues. And that's why I was very surprised to learn that in 2015, in their election campaign, the Conservatives did not talk about smoking and tobacco. And so I'm wondering if the opposition members feel that it is necessary to strengthen the federal anti-smoking campaign, which will be expiring next March, because we have to start thinking about that now. And if so, what does my colleague think we need to do to strengthen that strategy?
Sonia Lenton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. She's absolutely right that I'm very committed to health and health issues, and I think that's one of the reasons that our new leader put me in this role. And so while I can't change the past, I do think in the go forward we need to continue to work at reducing the number of people that are smoking. I'm very proud of the Conservative record of having cut the number of young people smoking in half over our term and reduced overall the levels to where we are today at 13%. So I think that's great progress, but there's always more to do, and there's all kinds of innovations that we can use to get there. And I think the things that we're talking about today in this bill, the vaping products, the reduced harm tobacco products, are all part of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Bow River.
Speaker, and I appreciate the intelligent presentation from my colleague and the many places that she went in that discussion. But one of the areas that I think she touched a little bit on that I'd ask again through the Speaker was in the sense of the marketing. As we've seen with marijuana, it has been marketed in many and labeled in many different ways. And here's an example of legislation that would market differently and control it from a federal level. So as the marijuana piece is being rolled out in the provinces, as you've just said, are doing things in different ways, would this be an opportunity to say, you've done it one way with this piece of legislation, why wouldn't you do it in another way with the other piece of legislation in front of us? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Sonia Lenton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague because that is an excellent question, and it points out that we're at a situation where we need to come with some consistency in our message. I talked about how the discussion on marijuana was that we couldn't do plain packaging because it wasn't competitive with organized crime, so to have a different view on tobacco is totally hypocritical. But I would say it even expands beyond that because, you know, we see that there are pieces of legislation coming that would want to talk about whether or not we could advertise pop or unhealthy foods. But at the same time, we're advertising alcohol products where children are located, like beer ads. Alcohol is allowed to be advertised much more freely. And so I think there's no consistency in our approach. And as a government, I think we ought to have consistency. We ought to put some thought and consideration into that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, we'll go with Winnipeg North. And back to you, Dr.
Mr. Speaker, I think one of the things that we need to emphasize during the debate here is that there has been significant progress over the years, and a lot of that progress has actually been taken upon young people themselves that have actually got engaged in the debate. I know today, for example, whether I go to the high schools of R.B. Russell or the Maples or Sisler, St. John's High School, Children of the Earth, and you talk to some of these students, and they're very much aware of issues such as this. And we can never do enough to be able to actually encourage young people to get engaged on this debate. And I'm wondering if the member would also like to provide some of her thoughts in terms of just the positive impact with today's young people in understanding the importance and the health risks of smoking, and to acknowledge it and to applaud the many efforts of so many of those young leaders that are doing a fantastic job at trying to get peers to recognize the health consequences and the health risks of smoking today.
Member for Sarnia Lenton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his question, and he's absolutely right. The public awareness and education directed at young people is very effective. I'm not sure if any of you in this House are old enough to remember the ads that used to be run that had pictures of lungs, and there was the red healthy lungs and there was the really dark black smoker's lungs. And those ads were presented to us in school, in health class, and all that kind of stuff. And it was a very effective training for me as a young person of what would happen to my lungs if I smoked. And so I think that we need to embark on that same kind of public education. Public education is something that, you have to put in a consistent effort. Maybe we did lots of effort at the beginning, but then we've sort of gotten away from it. So I think it's time to bring that forward. There's an excellent opportunity to do that. I know the government has just awarded a contract to create the public awareness and education for the marijuana rollout. Now, it needs to happen before marijuana gets legalized, so we make sure that people have that new mindset that smoking is harmful and that they understand the harms before we go ahead. And I think absolutely that this is a key way of keeping young people now and in the future from wanting to smoke at all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Sarnia for her comments and wonderful speech, sort of covering the gamut of the issues here. One of the concerns that she raised, and I share it, maybe she can elaborate on a little bit more, are these contradictions of what the government and messaging that they're providing to young people. We know that the Government of Canada for decades now has invested millions upon millions of dollars to educate young Canadians on why they shouldn't smoke. I think most young Canadians know for sure in high school, junior high school, even in primary school, smoking's bad for them. However, they actually have a contradiction on the books, which is this issue of how they're dealing with marijuana. Not only allowing young Canadians to possess at the age of 12, children are not allowed to purchase cigarettes to the best of my knowledge at that age, and also the packaging around that. And my question for her is, how does she, and hopefully encouraging the government to follow suit, plan to make sure that young Canadians are best educated on how marijuana, just like cigarettes, are bad for them, and that they actually should understand that for their long-term future, they shouldn't be following the lead of what the government is doing and thinking that marijuana is okay. It really is a dangerous drug.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable colleague from Simcoe Grey for that question. I was astounded when the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Health stood up and, waxed philosophical about how absolutely smoking is harmful. And when I asked him, how then can you be introducing the smoking of marijuana if it's harmful and you're trying to reduce harm? And there seemed to be absolutely no answer. Now, from a public education point of view, it's clear from jurisdictions that legalized marijuana that the targeted education they're looking for is to young people, to very young people, and to the parents and influencers of the young people. So all those three demographics are targets for making sure that young people, from the time before they get into the 12 to 17 year age where they can possess up to 5 grams, I'm really hammering this, but that is the wrong message. 0 is the right amount there, and we shouldn't be sending anything else. So we need to have all of those things, and parents need to be educated as well. I don't think parents are aware of what's in this legislation or what's in the marijuana legislation, and there are definitely unintended consequences coming from both. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments and for bringing this forward for debate. I absolutely agree that plain packaging is very important and we need to be moving forward on that. I also wonder whether or not the member have any opinions with respect to flavored tobacco, because one of the issues is that young people particularly are attracted to this, and I know in my own province, in my own community, this is of grave concern. And so I wonder whether or not the member would agree that there needs to be attention given from governments to address the issue of flavored tobacco so that we don't end up getting young people addicted to cigarette smoking.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would thank the member for the question. Certainly, when it comes to the flavors, the Health Committee studied this previously, and I did talk to one of the members of the Health Committee. And in the flavor recommendations, they were recommending, with respect to tobacco, to get rid of all of the flavors that kids would like, bubble gum and cherry and all those sorts of things. Now, the theme was the same on the vaping side of the equation. But the input that I heard from the Vaping Association and those that are involved in that industry is that actually there is a well-intentioned health benefit to people who are morbidly obese or have diabetes, that they like to vape a sweet flavored product. So I think more discussion is going to be needed on that to find the right balance of how do we protect the children. I think educating them has been made as a point, and that's a key point. And if there was good education, perhaps the flavors wouldn't be such a big problem. But there is a balance in those two, and I'm not sure exactly where to land. So that bears more discussion at committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very quick question. Questions and comments? They all got answered. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. A very quick question, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to repeat this again. Does my colleague feel that we're moving too quickly on this issue?
For Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, I'm sure that he's referring to the marijuana issue, and if I've not been clear enough, there's 239 days left till marijuana is legalized. So yes, the government is rushing, the police are not ready, the provinces have not all got their plans in place, and certainly not their legislation, the municipalities the same, and there are huge unintended consequences. With respect to this bill, I think that the urgency on this bill is less because there are so many competing considerations. I think it's more important to think this one through and certainly regulate the vaping industry. But with the rest of this, there's harms and benefits, so we have to weigh that more carefully, I think. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements by members, déclarations de députés. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. There was a change.
M'excuse, on a eu un changement.
My apologies. There was a last-minute change. The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's dairy farmers are worried when we talk about free trade because the government does not miss an opportunity to betray them. They have not forgotten that their businesses are the ones the government used as a bargaining chip in its negotiations with Europe. And they still have in mind the smokescreen of compensation exhausted in a week this summer. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is worried because the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which we thought dead and buried, has risen from the grave. It's the same government who mocks our producers, who is secretly negotiating with Asia. Everything indicates that Canada is going to conclude an agreement with 10 other countries next week in a meeting in Vietnam. For Quebecers, Mr. Speaker, it's clear. There is no question about opening up supply management to strangers. We are proud of our producers, and we are pleased to be able to offer high-quality products in our grocery stores without full protection of supply management. When it comes to the TPP, we say no.
Fort Kells.
Mr. Speaker, for more than our 150 years as a nation, Canada has grown and prospered as people from around the world have chosen this land to build better futures for their families. This week, our government moved to ensure that better future with a new strategy for our immigration program. One that's practical and compassionate, one that ensures we'll have new workers to fill the jobs that employers can't fill, the expertise our innovators need to grow new businesses and create new jobs, and the families to strengthen our communities. That's what's helped build Fleetwood Port Kells into the vibrant, diverse, and forward-looking community that we enjoy today. And I'm extending an invitation to everyone at home who wants to keep that momentum going. Check our riding social media channels for links to a discussion on Canada's immigration strategy that's underway now on our Play Speak forum. Together, we'll work toward that future so many of us came to Canada to achieve.
L'honorable député de Charlesbourg.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, last night we had a confirmation in a report on TVA on the show JE that all of our concerns about the Liberals' bill to legalize marijuana were not only valid, but perfectly reflected the concerns of stakeholders and Canadians. Our border officers, police forces, and provinces have said repeatedly that the Liberal government has not taken their warnings seriously. They are sure that there will be total chaos if they decide to go forward with this bill in its current form. It is shameful for a government to be motivated by a desire to increase taxes and its revenues instead of thinking of the safety of Canadians, money instead of youth, money instead of health, money instead of common sense. Instead of looking for better ways to fight drug trafficking, the Liberals are throwing in the towel and they're looking to justify their lack of bravery with empty rhetoric and pointless platitudes. Here in this House, the Liberals may mock our questions, but outside, the reality of it is waiting for them, and all of Canada is going to pay. Thank you. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, November 25th is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. This is a day to show our solidarity with millions of women who are victims of violence in Canada and elsewhere.
Speaker, that is incredibly important to my wife and I. And I know that is a sentiment that is shared by all members of my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, from now until November 25th, I'm inviting all members of my community to learn more about La Passerelle, a shelter supporting women and their children fleeing violence at home in Vaudreuil-Soulanges. J'encourage ceux et celles.
I encourage all of those who can to donate items to La Passerelle through my riding office to help women and mothers who need it most, especially during the holidays. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I encourage members of my community and all Canadians to learn more online about what we can do to educate young men about the reality of violence against women and to make of them allies in the cause.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year marks the 14th annual Downtown Eastside Heart of the City Festival in my riding. The festival runs from October 25th until November 5th. Heart of the City highlights the talents of our community through a wonderfully diverse range of multimedia art that connects and speaks to the diversity of life in the Downtown East Side. This year's theme, Honoring Women on the Downtown East Side, showcases the chamber opera piece Missing and the sound installation Summoning. The theme is especially close to the hearts of our community as we continue to fight for and stand in solidarity with families of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. The festival offers over 100 events at over 50 venues in our community. Please come and be in awe of these beautiful artistic expressions and talent in my community.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, after 18 long years, the St. Thomas Tommies are Atlantic College's Athletic Association Women Soccer champs. In semi-final action last Saturday, our green and gold ran away with a thrilling 2-1 victory over Mount St. Vincent University. With a second-half marker from league scoring champ Nikita McCartney and a hard-fought game winner from Moira Kinney, the Tommies moved on to face King's College in Sunday's final. On the strength of another Kinney game winner and a marvelous shutout performance by goalie Mary Cronin, Stu earned its long-awaited conference title, their first since 1999. As they prepare to battle for a Canadian title next week in Halifax, all of Fredericton and all Stu alumni pass along their congratulations and best of luck to head coach Michelle DeCourcy, assistants John Ryan Morrison, Vanessa Peterson, Amy Whitewood Hughes, herself a member of that 99 banner team, and to all the players. Good luck at Nationals. Go Tommies, go!
The Honourable Member for
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, in this month of November, we, federal MPs, have the duty and the privilege of saying a few words in this House to highlight the extraordinary devotion to our country of our veterans and our actively serving members who witness day after day from military conflict after military conflict. We must not forget that these same men and women in uniform often serve on Canadian soil, as was recently noted during the unfortunate flooding this spring. We must not only constantly remember their many sacrifices, but also develop legislative measures intended to improve their situation. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, I will not be outdone. In May, I tabled Bill C-357, which intends to correct a bureaucratic and financial injustice affecting our veterans. In this time of remembrance, I ask my colleagues of all parties to take this bill seriously and to help me make it a reality in order to guarantee to our veterans a respectful transition towards civilian life. Thank you.
For Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the Rohingya population in Myanmar continues to face unspeakable suffering. Many of my constituents are gravely concerned, and the international community has issued an urgent call to end this humanitarian crisis. Last month, I joined fellow delegates to the Inter-Parliamentary Union's General Assembly in St. Petersburg, Russia, in passing a resolution that sharply denounces the crimes against humanity perpetrated by the Myanmar regime. La persévérance et la pression sont...
The perseverance and pressure are crucial, and I'm proud that under the leadership of our Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Development International and La Francophonie, the Government of Canada is doing its part. Recently, the Prime Minister appointed Bob Rae as a special envoy to Myanmar, and this week, Canada announced the implementation of the Myanmar Crisis Relief Fund.
Match donations. Advocacy and action must continue and I call on my colleagues, the government, and all Canadians to do their part and all they can to end the suffering of the Rohingya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the contributions of women and men in police services who every day dedicate themselves to ensuring that our communities across the country continue to be safe places for Canadians to live, work and raise families. I am honoured today to recognize one officer in particular, Chief David Poirier of the Summerside Police Department, who as of October of this year has dutifully served the people of Canada for the past 40 years and was awarded a second bar to his Police Exemplary Service Medal from the Governor-General. His service to the community continues even when he is out of uniform, as he has been recognized for his leadership, volunteer work and community involvement with local organizations including Credit Union Place and the Lions Club. On behalf of myself and the people of Summerside, I would like to thank Chief Poirier and extend to him our sincerest gratitude for his many years of service to the community both on and off duty.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, this high-tax Liberal government continues to make life more difficult for Canadians. Now they are attacking people with disabilities. Constituents with type 1 diabetes are being denied the disability tax credit. Treatment can cost up to $15,000 a year, requiring multiple daily blood tests and regular insulin treatments. Without this, diabetics may face amputation, coma, and even death. In 2016, 80% of applications for the tax credit were approved, but now 80% are being rejected. This cash-hungry Liberal government has suddenly decided that people with type 1 diabetes are not actually disabled. Even worse, they are now robbing these people of funds legally put aside in Disability Savings Plan. This is not right. As Deputy Shadow Minister for Health for the official opposition, I'm standing up for the 3.4 million diabetic Canadians, even if the Liberals won't.
Here. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to congratulate the Ocean Frontier Institute on a successful first year. A pan-Atlantic Canadian collaboration between Dalhousie University, the University of Prince Edward Island, and Memorial University of Newfoundland, the OFI will help international experts on both sides of the Northwest Atlantic harness the vast potential of our oceans by delivering transformative research. The Institute is a critical node in a vast network of internationally renowned academic and industry-led research centres clustered in my riding of St. John's East. Along with eDNA Tech, NRC, Coasts, Seacorp, the Marine Institute, the Ocean Sciences Centre, the Canadian Healthy Oceans Network, Petroleum Research Newfoundland and Labrador, and our fishery industry partners, OFI is helping Canada establish 5% marine protected areas by the end of this year and 10% by 2020. To OFI, Memorial University of Newfoundland, and your many industry partners, good luck. We are counting on you for the sustainable development of our oceans-based economy. Thank you.
Here. The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, a couple of weekends ago, the Ability Centre in my riding of Whitby awarded the first ever Jim Flaherty Award for Leadership in Accessibility and Inclusion. The award was established to recognize an individual who has made a major contribution to the promotion, development, and advancement of accessibility and inclusion. I'm proud to announce the first recipient of this award was our very own Minister of Public Service and Procurement. As the former Minister of Sport and Person with Disability, she led in the development of a Canada Disability Act to effectively improve programs and services and the lives of Canadians who face significant barriers. This award is given in memory of Jim Flaherty, who over the course of his career worked to support the initiatives for persons with disabilities. On behalf of our government and the Minister, I want to thank his wife Christine, his sons Quinn, Galen, and John, and the Ability Centre for their work, and his sister Nora for continuing his legacy to enrich the lives of people with all ages and abilities. Congratulations.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, Sunday in Quebec is a day of municipal elections. This fall, more than 1,100 municipalities will subject their elected officials to the ultimate test, the judgment of the population. I had the chance to be involved in 3 levels of government, here in Ottawa, in Quebec as a political employee, and in Thetford Mines as mayor for 7 years. I can confirm that being an elected official is an opportunity to be the closest to citizens, and it's an opportunity to act quickly to improve their lives. I received calls on Saturday morning because the streets were covered in snows. Others called at noon because they didn't have anything to eat. We built parks, helped entrepreneurs, and influenced upper levels of government. Mayors, councillors have an essential role in our society because they are the ones who organize our communities on a daily basis. I guarantee you that they don't do that for the money, especially in small cities and villages. These are committed citizens who are passionate, who make a difference. And to all the citizens of Quebec, I say on Sunday, go out, pick the right person to represent you, and go vote. This is the best remedy for potholes and taxes that are too high. Good luck to all candidates. Thank you to those who are leaving, and welcome to new municipal councillors. The Honourable Member for Ville-Marie-le-Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs. This week, the government revealed Canada's second National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. I would like to thank the individuals, officials, and civil society groups responsible for developing this plan. The Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development heard that women and girls are disproportionately affected by violence and conflict, and their participation in security efforts and peace initiatives produces better results.
The committee recommended that women, peace and security be a core priority of Canada's foreign policy, and I'm happy to say that recommendation is reflected in this new plan, which touches upon every aspect of our engagement, from our diplomatic efforts and international assistance to the deployment of our armed forces and the RCMP. No society can reach its full potential when half its population is held back, and we are committed to making the involvement of women a priority both at home and abroad.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, it is with pride that I rise today in the House to highlight the tabling of my motion M146, a motion on National Kindness Day. In so doing, we want the federal government to officially recognize November 13th as being National Kindness Day. The main goal of this process is to help build a fair, open, and respectful society. This citizen initiative by the Quebec Association for the Defense of Retirees and Semi-Retirees' Rights in Centre du Québec, the AQDR, is the result of very hard work. Many members of the association are here on the Hill today, and I would like to make sure that I commend the president of the association, Jacqueline René, the vice president, Mr. Daniel Mayotte, Ms. Louise Rajotte, a passionate supporter, and all stakeholders who have worked in any capacity with the association. Let's hope that we'll be able to work together in order to recognize that November 13th will become National Kindness Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Edmonton, Manning.
Mr. Speaker, 3/4 of the world population live without the absolute freedom to believe and follow their religion. Thankfully, here in Canada, we have the right to practice and worship as we please. According to the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights Code, everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. The right includes freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom, either alone or in community with others and in public or private, to manifest his religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship, and observance. Yesterday, when asked about comments that belittle religious belief, the Prime Minister passed on the opportunity to defend the rights of religious community. It is extremely disappointing that the Prime Minister failed to stand up and support Indigenous peoples, Muslims, Jews, Sikhs, Christians, and other faith groups, all who believe there's a truth in their religion. Respect for diversity includes respect for the diversity of religious beliefs, and the Prime Minister has offended millions of Canadians with his comments yesterday.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship tabled yesterday the 4-year plan on immigration levels in Canada for 2018 to 2020. It will increase the number of permanent residents that Canada accepts every year. As part of the National Francophone Immigration Week, which ends today, I am pleased to see that we have a plan that will promote economic growth and will help counter slower population growth of the workforce and the aging of the population. In Madawaska-Restigouche, this demographic situation is already threatening the economic vitality of my region. In many sectors, our businesses are dealing with a lack of available labor, which is undermining economic growth in many sectors. I would be remiss if I did not highlight the contribution of the Parliamentary Secretary who is working tirelessly to promote immigration in Atlantic Canada. For rural regions that have a mostly francophone population like ours, there are many issues, but without a doubt, immigration is an essential ingredient for the future of our economy. I will conclude by wishing all Canadians a very happy Movember.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Carleton.
When the finance minister announced his tax increases on small businesses and family farmers over the summer, he was meticulous in sheltering his assets from any higher taxes. If we only knew what holdings he had, we would know what taxes he will not raise. But we don't know which holdings he has because he's hiding them in a myriad of numbered companies. Will the finance minister tell us what holdings he's hiding in these numbered companies so Canadians can surmise the small list of taxes he will not raise?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je veux assurer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure my honourable colleague that the Minister of Finance, like all members, has always worked with the Ethics Commissioner and to ensure that he's always been transparent with her and that all the rules were followed. The Minister of Finance has always followed the Commissioner's recommendations, and now he said that he will go even farther to continue the important work that he's doing for Canadians.
Well, member for Carleton.
Well, we could all have a little bit more confidence in the truth of that statement if the finance minister would just come clean about the holdings he is sheltering in his vast network of numbered companies and trust funds. It took investigative journalists to find out that he was hiding $20 million of holdings in Morneau Chappelle, a financial company that he regulates, and a financial company on which he very carefully avoided imposing any new taxes. Will the finance minister tell Canadians what holdings he's hiding in his numbered companies and trust funds so that they can know that he is acting in their interest and not his own?
Yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, acting in the interests of Canadians was lowering taxes for 9 million Canadians, was lowering taxes for small businesses from 10.5 to 9%, was helping 300,000 kids to be lifted out of poverty with the Canada Child Benefit, was growing this economy at the fastest pace in the G7, something they never were able to achieve. That's working in the interest of Canadians. That's Conservatives playing politics. That's Liberals working for Canadians.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, they raised taxes on 87% of middle-class Canadians. Secondly, their child poverty claims were declared even by the Canadian press to be a lot of baloney. And thirdly, while they've raised taxes on everybody else, the finance minister was very meticulous in ensuring that none of the tax increases apply to him or Morneau Chappelle. Once again, will he finally reveal what he's hiding in this vast network of numbered companies and trust funds so Canadians can be assured that their finance minister is acting in the public interest, not for his private profit?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister has always been transparent and forthcoming with the ethics commissioner, has always followed the rules and followed her recommendations, and he's announced to go even above and beyond. But I understand why they don't want to talk about the economy. They prefer to talk about the finance minister, because if we just remember, Mr. Speaker, I'll give him a number, 1.6%. That was the real GDP growth for a decade, the annual real GDP growth for a decade. That was the worst, Mr. Speaker, since Mackenzie King, the worst in 69 years. Compare that to today. Canada is growing the economy at the fastest pace in the G7, 3.7% over last year. That's what we're doing. That's, again, Conservatives playing politics, Liberals working for Canadians.
Honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, this is just diversion. The Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers, Parliamentary Secretaries, and the Liberal caucus are the only people who refuse to admit the obvious truth. The Minister of Finance put himself in a conflict of interest. He paid a fine for having hidden his villa in France, and today he's questioning the word of the Ethics Commissioner. Instead of being complicit in this saga about rich people who take the money and run, Mr. Speaker, can someone in this government stand up to ask the Minister of Finance to reveal what he's hiding in his numbered companies? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance has always worked with the Ethics Commissioner. He will continue to do so transparently to ensure that the rules are followed. He's announced that he will go even further, that he will sell off his municipal assets, that he will place the rest of them in a blind trust so that he can continue the important work that he's doing for Canadians and that he's been doing over the last 2 years with an unprecedented growth rate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has always lived in a world where money can fix any problem. So he thought that he could make this all go away by writing one big check and one small check. Now, the big check was impressive, Mr. Speaker, but it's the small check that is really revealing. It confirms that the Minister of Finance was caught red-handed. So, does the Minister of Finance understand that paying $5 million and $200 doesn't clear him? Canadians deserve more transparency from the Minister of Finance. When will he reveal what he's hiding in his numbered companies? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the institution in charge of preserving the integrity of Parliament and the institution that we respect here is the Ethics Commissioner's Office. The Minister of Finance has always worked with the Commissioner and continues to do so to ensure that all of her recommendations are followed. And he's even gone further in order to ensure the trust of Canadians and to continue the important work that he's doing. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, despite the Liberals' promises to be more open and transparent, what we have here is an information commissioner who is receiving an increasing number of complaints saying that information requests were denied even before Bill C-58 is passed. This is completely unacceptable. This bill isn't even the law in this country right now. Now, the commissioner is proposing amendments to improve the bill. Will the Liberals keep their promise to work with us and the commissioner to improve access to information for real?
The Honourable Minister.
We are the first government in more than 30 years to modernize the Access to Information Act. And as I said in my first speech on Bill C-58, our intention is to raise the bar on openness and transparency. We are open to amendments to improve the bill, and we look forward to working with all members to improve it. But we will continue to raise the bar.
For North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the minister keeps repeating that his government is the first in 30 years to make improvements to access to information. But the Information Commissioner was very clear when she said the Liberal C-58 is, quote, regressive, and that the status quo would be better than what the Liberals are proposing, meaning Stephen Harper's government was more open and accountable than this one. Canadians were promised more accountability and transparency, so will the government work with us and help themselves by actually keeping an election promise?
The Honourable Minister for the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we're the first government in 34 years to act to modernize the access to information. In fact, we're the first government to provide the Information Commissioner with real order-making power. We are applying the Act through proactive disclosure to ministers' offices and the Prime Minister's office. Mr. Speaker, we're actually applying the Act to 240 federal entities from the courts to the ports. This is significant advancement. We are raising the bar on transparency and openness of government, and we will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
To the Privacy Commissioner, Mr. Speaker, this week when the Privacy Commissioner highlighted that the lack of heavy fines and legal penalties for privacy breaches means companies holding personal information on Canadians are unlikely to do everything they can to make sure data stays safe. The NDP has long advocated for stiffer penalties and to give the Privacy Commissioner actual teeth. As more and more information is in the cloud, we need to put proper legal protections in place. Will this government commit to imposing severe fines on companies that fail to protect consumers' private information?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question.
As she full well knows, privacy is very important to this government, particularly with respects to the digital economy and the fact that we have more data available. And we want to make sure that data is managed in a way that respects the concerns that consumers may have. That's why we recently published draft regulations for amendments made to the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, PIPEDA, and we believe this will empower consumers and encourage businesses to have better security practices, Mr. Speaker. These are the steps we're taking to protect consumers.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, it's regulatory powers and good intentions are all well and good, but if you really want to force companies to be more cautious and truly protect the privacy of Canadians, you need to focus on what's most important to them, and that is their money. The Privacy Commissioner is saying that heavy fines should be levied against companies like Equifax that have privacy breaches against Canadians. So the question for the Minister, will he listen to the Privacy Commissioner's recommendation and truly implement measures that will allow them to fine big companies that create privacy breaches? The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
The government is taking action to protect Canadians' privacy. As mentioned by the member opposite, Equifax recently confirmed a cyber attack that resulted in data security breach, and we are obviously working very closely with the Privacy Commissioner. As I mentioned, the Privacy Commissioner understands our government steps that we've taken to strengthen the provisions for consumers. That's why we recently published draft regulation and amendments under PIPEDA. We'll continue to take steps to make sure that consumers and small businesses have their privacy protected, because it's important for our government and it's important as we move forward in this new digital economy.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are doing everything they can to keep their secrets under wraps. The Finance Minister hid details of his offshore companies and assets from the Ethics Commissioner while making decisions about companies he owns and regulates. He got caught, and she fined him. He's in multiple conflicts with legislation, a government loan, and at least one tax treaty. It seems other ministers are in the same mess. When will the Liberals come clean with Canadians? What else are they trying to hide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister, just like any other minister or parliamentarian, has met with the Ethics Commissioner at the very beginning of his mandate to make sure that he follows all the rules and all the recommendations. He's announced to go even above and beyond. But what I can see, Mr. Speaker, is the Conservatives are doing everything they can not to talk about the economy. If we just look back at the decade while they were in power, they had a 1% employment rate growth. That was the worst since the Second World War. Look at the job numbers today, Mr. Speaker. We've added 35,000 jobs in October. That puts us at 500,000 jobs created since we took office, most of them full-time. I get it. They don't want to talk about it. Doesn't mean we shouldn't talk about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister got fined exactly because he didn't follow the rules. And the Information Commissioner says it's harder to get information out of this government than any ever before. The reality is the Finance Minister used his power to enrich himself and his family's company. He's still hiding other assets within different holding companies, and there are other ministers in the same conflict, but the Liberals won't say who or how many. And the Prime Minister, he says there's nothing wrong. The Liberals talk and talk a lot about sunshine, but why are they still keeping Canadians in the dark?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister has always been transparent and forthcoming with the Ethics Commissioner from the very beginning. He's followed all the rules and all of our recommendations, just like any other ministers or parliamentarians is expected to do. Here on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we respect the work of the Ethics Commissioner, we respect our recommendations, and we'll always work with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that we live up to the highest standards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, the Finance Minister was so nice with the Ethics Commissioner that he was found guilty and had to pay a fine of $200. Now, the Minister of Finance said that he would place his assets in a blind trust 2 years ago, but he never did. He also said that he didn't control Morneau Chapelle, but he controlled a company that controlled it. So this is just semantics. He forgot to say that he had a villa in France until CBC reminded him. So this minister acts only when he is caught red-handed. And now he's been caught again. Numbered companies. When will the Minister of Finance finally tell the truth to Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the Minister of Finance did and has always done is work with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that her recommendations are respected and to make sure that the rules that govern us are respected. He will now go even further. And the Finance Minister also managed to do something that Mr. Harper never managed to do, and that is make our economy really grow and create more than 500,000 jobs. Today we're looking at 18,000 jobs in Quebec. This is a record that we're proud of, and they can't boast about that. I understand why they don't want to talk about the economy, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the law is the law, but for the Minister of Finance, it's more like, do as I say, not as I do. The Conflict of Interest Act exists to prevent inappropriate actions of people who might, for example, have something to hide in numbered companies. In this case, it really seems that the Minister of Finance thinks that he's above the law, as though the law didn't apply to people like him and the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, how many other numbered companies does the Minister of Finance have, and what is he hiding in them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is expected of all parliamentarians is that they work with the Ethics Commissioner, who is in charge of preserving the integrity of Parliament. That's what the Minister of Finance has always done and will continue to do. Recently, he met with the Commissioner and said that he would go even further. But if my colleague wants numbers, I can give him some. 1.6%. That's real GDP growth during the decade that they were on this side of the House. That's the worst record since Mackenzie King. On this side, it's much higher, and the GDP was going down in 2015. We thought we might even be going into a recession, but now Canada has the strongest growth among the G7 countries. That's the record of the Finance Minister.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the PBO says growth will drop to 1.6% next year, so that's not exactly Liberal promises. But, Mr. Speaker, during the last election, the Liberal Party released a great literary work of fiction called Real Change. Perhaps a better title would have been Surreal Change. On page 3 of that great masterpiece, the Prime Minister asserts that transparent government is good government. Transparent government, Speaker, means a government open to public scrutiny. So, when will this Finance Minister finally walk the walk and live up to every single election promise and reveal all his personal holdings in every single one of his numbered companies?
The Honourable Minister for the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the honourable member obviously is interested in Bill C-58, which is our government's landmark legislation to modernise Canada's Access to Information Act. This is really important, Mr. Speaker, because for 30 years governments have talked about modernising access to information. They haven't done it. The Conservatives promised it in 2006. They didn't do anything. In fact, they were the only government in the history of the British Commonwealth to be found in contempt of Parliament for not providing information, Mr. Speaker. Our government is raising the bar after 10 years of darkness under the Conservatives.
Before we go to the next member who's going to ask a question, just out of respect for that member, I just want to remind everyone here that he deserves to hear an answer. So I'll let him ask his question. I'm sure nobody's going to scream to shout out, so he won't be able to hear what comes back. And by the same token, when somebody's asking a question, I'm sure the Honourable Minister or the Parliamentary Secretary want to hear that question asked. The Honourable Member of St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance misled Canadians by hiding his assets from the Ethics Commissioner. He made millions off the company that he regulates. He broke the law, and now he is hiding from Canadians his assets in multiple numbered companies. What does this minister have to hide? Why won't he disclose his assets?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance has nothing to hide. He has always worked with the Ethics Commissioner in a very transparent fashion to ensure that he respects the rules that govern us, that govern all of us, parliamentarians, parliamentary secretaries, and ministers. He's committed to go even further to sell his shares in Morneau Chappelle and to place his assets in a blind trust. Mr. Speaker, this Minister of Finance has been serving the public brilliantly for the last 2 years, and he's accomplished more in 2 years than they did in 10.
Député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, this week we learned that delays caused by the Phoenix pay system are continuing to pile up. The Liberal government announced that because of this fiasco, it will not be able to respect the planned implementation date of the collective agreements of over 100,000 public servants. Many of them are already affected by Phoenix, and now, in addition, the start of their new agreements is being delayed. This is unacceptable. Can the government at least commit to paying retroactive damages and interest to these employees? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. We've always worked closely with our partners in public service unions. We respect our federal employees, and we are ensuring that the Phoenix pay system problems will be solved. We have invested enormous sums of money as well as human resources. We've set up satellite centers and done much more to solve this problem, and we will solve it.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's true they've invested enormous sums in Phoenix, and this week was the one-year anniversary of this government's self-imposed deadline to fix it. But more than half of public servants are still having pay problems. In fact, 265,000 pay transactions are past due. That's unacceptable. Also, because of Phoenix delays, the Liberals won't meet deadlines to negotiate new collective agreements with our public servants. When will the Liberals stop finding excuses and find a solution to the Phoenix boondoggle?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, we take these problems very seriously, and we have invested and taken vast measures to become a government that will resolve the problems associated with the Phoenix pay system. But because the honourable member, I know, shares my belief that we must fix these problems, I'm sure he'll join me in asking one of these Harper cabinet ministers how they could have left us with such a fiasco, and maybe he'll ask the Leader of the Opposition why these Harper senators now want to slink away from the problem that they helped cause.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, the Liberals have had 2 years to fix it and have done nothing. Mr. Speaker, let me read you part of a letter that the Minister of Revenue sent to someone with type 1 diabetes who was refused the disability tax credit. The minister writes, the CRA made a change to the questionnaire it sends out to medical practitioners. The questionnaire now sets out more clearly the information CRA needs to determine if an individual meets the DDC criteria. So, Mr. Speaker, when I asked about the 80% who were previously approved and are now being rejected, the minister told this House that no change has been made. But in her letter, she says a change was made. Which is it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House that our government is absolutely committed to ensuring that all Canadians receive their credits and benefits that they're entitled to. We are moving forward with a National Disability Act that will remove barriers and improve access for all Canadians who live with diabetes. We have made the disability tax credit more accessible than ever before, Mr. Speaker. We have simplified the forms required to apply for the credit. We have added nurse practitioners to complete the applications for their patients, and we have just started, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to focus on supporting the most vulnerable in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll talk about that later. Now, after trying to pull a fast one on business owners with their tax reform, the government wants to claw back money from families with children who have autism and type 1 diabetes. To take back this money, maybe they should just go look in the Minister of Finance's pockets. The Revenue Minister says she doesn't know anything about what happened and that she didn't change the rules. But that's funny, because a letter that she signed says that she ignored the advice of doctors since last May. When will the Minister take control of her department, and when will she bring back the tax credit for those brave Canadians with incurable illnesses?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we're the government that has been working extremely hard for the last 2 years to ensure that DTC is accessible for Canadians that are entitled to it. We have done so by simplifying the disability tax credit forms. We have done so by allowing nurse practitioners to certify the DTC forms, by working with medical practitioners to ensure that they have all the resources to assist their patients with DTC, by rehiring nurses at the front line of the review process, Mr. Speaker. We have just started, Mr. Speaker, and let me assure Canadians that we will continue continue to work hard for the most vulnerable in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to insulin therapy, CRA has confirmed that new direction was given at the beginning of May. This unannounced change has resulted in hundreds of type 1 diabetics receiving less money, hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars. As a doctor who's treated patients with diabetes, I'm confident in saying my physician colleagues are better qualified to decide who should be receiving this benefit than CRA bureaucrats. People are suffering, and the minister has the power to make it stop. My simple question is, will the minister immediately issue a directive to her department to revert back to the April 30th policy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to assure all Canadians that our government is absolutely committed to ensuring that all Canadians receive the credits and benefits that they're entitled to. Let me be clear, the eligibility criteria for DTC in terms of for people with diabetes has not changed. It is also important to recognize that far too many Canadians are struggling and need help, and that is why we're allowing low-income workers to keep more hard-earned money for every paycheck by further enhancing the working income tax benefit by an additional $500 million per year starting in 2019. Mr. Speaker, helping the most vulnerable in this country is our top priority, and we will continue to deliver for them. Thank you.
Now, the honourable member for Simcoe Grey asked a question. I'm sure she was having a hard time hearing the answer, as was I. I just want to remind the honourable member that the honourable member for Simcoe Grey wants to hear the answer. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm also shocked at another revelation. We have a Liberal government that wants to legalize marijuana, and yesterday we learned that the Liberals may be planning to decriminalize all drugs. In my clinic, kids are asking, is it okay to do drugs now? Young Canadians know drugs are bad for them. The Liberal drug policy is damaging to Canadians, especially to Canadian kids. Can the minister confirm that decriminalizing hard drugs is Liberal policy? And by the way, what dangerous drugs are on that list?
Before I go to the parliamentary secretary, I just want to remind everyone what I said about hearing the question, or the answer, also went for hearing the question. It kind of got raucous on both sides, so I just want everybody to take a deep breath. I realize it's Friday, and just listen to each other, and we'll get much further ahead. The honourable member for, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Speaker, quite frankly, they're making this up. We're in a national public health crisis. And unlike the members opposite, we're bringing forward solutions to deal with this crisis and responding in a way that is comprehensive, compassionate, and evidence-based. And, Mr. Speaker, while we've made it very clear that we plan to legalize, strictly regulate, and restrict access to cannabis in a careful way to keep it out of the hands of children and youth and to stop criminals from profiting, we have been equally clear that we are not considering legalizing any other substances, and we will continue to work with our partners to bring forward innovative solutions to battle the opioid crisis and to save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Standing Committee on Official Languages tabled a report calling on the government to give the Official Languages Commissioner more power to enforce the Act. This suggestion was made by our former Commissioner, Mr. Graham Fraser. It's clear to him and to the committee that we can't simply rely on the goodwill of institutions and Air Canada. The current powers of the Commissioner are clearly insufficient. For once, will the government listen to the committee's recommendations and strengthen the powers of the Commissioner? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We thank the committee and this member for Drummond for their report, and we will study it closely. Official languages are at the very heart of our history and our Canadian identity. Air Canada must respect the letter of the law as well as the law itself. Official languages is a priority for our government. We are working with the Minister of Transport in order to make sure that it is compliant with the official languages legislation. We take this all very seriously. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Minister of Heritage why she had not answered a letter from the Quebec Culture Minister dated September 3rd and asking for details on the Netflix agreement and lack of Francophone content. It was sent exactly 1 month ago and Quebec still hasn't received an answer. Well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? Speaker, I haven't heard back either. It was up to a press secretary who later had to tell journalists that she would get to this shortly. Really, let's be clear. Culture and the cultural sector is in a crisis. We have to wake up. This is especially crucial for Quebec. Why is the Quebec cultural minister being treated like this? Why is it so hard to answer an email? Is it just that they don't care? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we have heard the concerns of the Francophone cultural sector, and we want to reassure them that we are making record investments to support Francophone cultural sector, and that's why we have massively invested in arts and culture. More than $2.2 billion we have reinvested in the FMC in order to support Francophone shows, and we have invested $675 million in Radio-Canada. These are concrete steps, and they will have an impact on the lives of our artists.
For Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the former Conservative government implemented a policy called conditional permanent residency. This policy sponsored partners to live with their sponsor for at least 2 years in order to maintain their status in Canada, forcing those who were experiencing domestic violence or sexual abuse to stay silent or risk losing their status. This put vulnerable spouses, especially women, at risk of additional abuse and violence. Could the minister update this House on what our government is doing to support newcomer women who were trapped by this Conservative policy?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Aurora Richmond Hill for her question.
To gender equality and combating gender-based violence. The former Conservative government ignored women's rights groups, they ignored experts, they ignored immigrant women's groups who denounced conditional permanent residency as a wrong-headed policy that trapped abused women in vulnerable relationships. No survivor should ever feel afraid to come forward, and that is why I'm proud and on this side of the House that we fully eliminated conditional permanent residency.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, this government promised a 600-member peacekeeping mission for the United Nations. They've had 3 trips to Mali for reconnaissance. They've spent thousands of hours planning for a mission to Mali. They've consulted both France and U.S. on this mission, but this week we've heard we're only sending some helicopters to Mali. So will the minister confirm to this House today that Mali has been ruled out for Canada's UN peacekeeping mission?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this government firmly believes in the important role that Canada can play in peacekeeping operations. This week, our government was proud to launch a new and ambitious national action plan for women, peace and security. Canada's feminist foreign policy will enable women and men around the world to play an equal role and have an equal voice and have equal rights when it comes to opportunities for safety and security. We've committed to making the involvement of women a priority in all of Canada's activities in fragile states. The action plan will ensure that gender equality will never be an afterthought. Women's rights are human rights, and we stand by that.
For Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I mentioned Mali 3 or 4 times in my question, but what was absent from that answer was Mali, Mr. Speaker. The past platitudes of this government never matches their present performance. We remember the Canada is back rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. Well, Canada is back to the bottom of UN peacekeepers right now around the world, Mr. Speaker. We're back to cutting the military back to the decade of darkness under the Chrétien government, Mr. Speaker. When will this member stand in this House and let us know where we're sending our troops?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to
Mr. Speaker, Canadians across this country remember the contribution of Lester B. Pearson towards peacekeeping, and Canadians are proud of our history and the role we've played in peacekeeping operations. We know that Canada...
Order. Order. In all respect to the member from Durham, he asked a question. I think he deserves to hear an answer. I'll let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary continue.
Mr. Speaker, it's important for Canadians to know, even if the opposition doesn't want to hear it, that this government believes firmly in the role that Canada will play in peacekeeping operations. That's why we committed $500 million and 600 troops to re-engage in peacekeeping operations. Our women, peace and security agenda is an important part of that commitment, and we will make sure that women in Canada and around the world play an important role in military and civilian peacekeeping operations.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, there are hundreds of members on the Jacques Cartier basis waiting. They're wondering, are they going to Africa or where? Well, this week we learned that 6 helicopters will be sent to Mali. We learned that through the media. Now, they've done 3 reconnaissance missions in Africa. They've been spending 2 years making plans. We still don't know anything. Are we sending troops to Mali, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We were proud to announce an ambitious action plan for gender equality in peacekeeping operations. Our foreign policy, our feminist foreign policy, will allow women around the world to speak with an equal voice, to have equal rights, and to live safely.
OK, c'est beau. Vous pouvez continuer.
Continue. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadian men and women have an important role to play internationally when it comes to peacekeeping operations. We are there to build a more peaceful world, and we are playing a leadership role.
Had Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised to invest in Canadian infrastructure. However, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that the Liberals aren't even close to getting the money out the door. Now we learn that Canadians and Canadian taxpayers will be sending $500 million to China for what you ask? For infrastructure projects everywhere else in the world except Canada. Why are the Liberals borrowing more money to send to China instead of building roads and bridges here in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructures.
Mr. Speaker, we're proud to have approved more than 4,000 projects since taking office with a combined investment of more than $35 billion. Federal investments are enabling these projects to move forward. As the honourable member would know, the federal contribution is not paid until the expense claims are submitted by our partners. We'll continue to work with our partners to move their priorities forward and provide the flexibility necessary to meet these requirements. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
4 temporary foreign workers have won the right to a class action suit against Max and immigration consulting companies owned by Kuldeep Bansal. The migrant workers paid as much as $8,500 to Bansal to attain jobs with Max, only to arrive in Canada to find that those jobs did not exist. A FOI revealed that LMIOs were issued for 486 positions for Max. CBSA has investigated this case for 5 years and is recommending that charges be laid. Why has the government not acted on the recommendations of CBSA?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
We've taken concrete steps to improve the temporary foreign workers program, and part of that is strengthening the LMIAs, the labour market impact assessments, that ensure that employers are doing a thorough job of hiring Canadians first and then proving the need for temporary foreign workers. We've also implemented new on-site inspections. We're working on a regime to ensure that every temporary foreign worker has the human dignity and their rights respected. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, in the wake of the Chalk River nuclear disaster, 300 brave volunteers committed themselves to cleaning up radioactive material in their community. After several days of tireless effort and maximum exposure to radiation, the military showed up to help finish the job. Those military heroes have since received compensation for radiation exposure, yet nothing has been done for those local heroes who stepped up when their community needed them. Will this government compensate the volunteers who went above and beyond to help after the Chalk River disaster?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The former Atomic Energy of Canada employees that assisted with the cleanup of the NRU reactor in the 1950s played a critical and important role, and we do thank them very much for their service. We understand that those employees and their families are working to have their contributions recognized, and we are aware of the Senate motion brought forward last year. At this time, while there is no program similar to the Atomic Veterans Recognition Program, our department continues to consider the motion and is looking at how we can move forward to recognize the contributions of these individuals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, under this government's watch, the dream of homeownership has been slipping away from thousands of Canadians. High prices, new mortgage rules, and new regulations all make homeownership less affordable. Now media reports say that the Liberal government is planning a new national building code that is going to impose higher costs on new home buyers and existing homeowners as well. When will this government realize that every time they add a new regulation, they increase costs and reduce choices? When is this government going to stop punishing home buyers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, energy efficiency offers a significant opportunity to help realize Canada's obligations to address climate change while supporting economic growth and the health of Canadians. We are working with our provincial and territorial partners to develop a model code for existing buildings by 2022. This code, which provinces and territories can adopt, will help guide energy efficiency improvements. Investments like our $2 billion low-carbon economy fund will help support provincial and territorial energy efficiency projects that will generate clean growth and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We're working to build a clean energy future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Banff, Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, imagine you're a senior citizen. You've worked hard your whole life and you're ready to start the next chapter in retirement. Your kids have moved out and you're an empty nester now, and you go to sell your house and downsize. And now the Liberals want to make you pay more for that, too. New building code requirements will require you to complete costly, mandatory renovations when selling your house. So, Mr. Speaker, why do the Liberals want to ruin the retirement plans of middle-class Canadian seniors?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said a moment ago, energy efficiency offers a significant opportunity to help realize Canada's obligations to address climate change while supporting economic growth and the health of Canadians. We are working with our provincial and territorial partners to modernize existing building codes by 2022. Investments like our $2 billion low economy fund will help support provincial and territorial energy efficiency projects that will generate clean growth and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We are working to build a clean energy future by investing in innovation and delivering economic growth and clean jobs while protecting the environment. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Souris.
Mr. Speaker, our previous Conservative government created the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnership Program, which improved the habitat of millions of fish. However, the Liberals are not accepting a single new application for this program and are thereby ignoring many worthwhile conservation efforts. This includes projects such as installing an aerator to improve the water quality in Clarny Lake, located in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals commit today to support Canada's recreational fishers and start accepting proposals for this very worthwhile program?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries Nations.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, and I appreciate the opportunity to stand up and share what we're doing for recreational fishers from coast to coast to coast. In fact, I was meeting with recreational fishers just this week, and I was able to share with them that we're investing in coastal restoration. We're putting money into implementing the wild salmon policy. We're making sure that the Cohen Commission recommendations are done. 32 last year, up to 64 out of the 75 now, Mr. Speaker. For far too long, Canadians were tired of a government that took our oceans and waterways for granted, and that's why this government is making sure that we're protecting the resource for the benefit of future generations.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recognition of rights, especially the inherent right to self-government and self-determination, is essential in moving reconciliation forward in Canada. Can the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs update the House on the concrete steps Canada is taking with its Indigenous partners to advance self-determination and facilitate self-government.
Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, we know that good governance and self-determination are the most important factors in economic and social health of a community. Last summer, we signed an agreement on governance with the Cree Nation. This was a nation-to-nation agreement based on partnership and mutual respect and respect for traditional customs. This is very important in the expansion of governance.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has taken Canada out of the fight against ISIS. They've eliminated the Office of Religious Freedom, and now we learn that Canada's peacekeeping efforts are at an all-time low. Yet we know that in Iraq today, Christians are still being killed simply for their belief. When will this Liberal government wake up to the plight of Christians in the Middle East and take concrete action towards stopping this genocide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this government stands for human rights around the world, and we stand for calling out human rights abuses. Our government takes allegations of all violations of international human rights and international humanitarian law seriously. We strongly condemn any and all action.
I don't know what it is about this parliamentary secretary, but I'm having a hard time hearing him because of the noise. I just want everybody to order. I just want everyone to take a deep breath and allow the parliamentary secretary to give his answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We strongly condemn any and all actions that violate international human rights. We've raised concerns directly with the government of Iraq, both in Baghdad and here in Ottawa, as Canada continues to re-engage on the international scene. After 10 dark years, we will make sure that protection of human rights and international law is a priority in all our engagements.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, these past few months I had a greater opportunity to visit many students and employers in my riding of Don Valley North through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Even though summer has come to the end and the students are back in the classroom, I know that young Canadians across the country are continuing to look for ways to put their skills to use and learn new ones in the workplace. Can the Minister update this House on other ways where supporting students gain skills and work experience throughout the school year?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Don Valley North and on his incredible advocacy for the young people in his riding and all across Canada. As a former nuclear chemist, he knows that Canada's prosperity depends on young Canadians getting the skills that they need and the experience that they need to prepare for the jobs of today and tomorrow. We've listened to students, to post-secondary institutions, and that's why we're creating up to 60,000 new paid student work placements over the next 5 years. That's 60,000 more work experiences that will put our young people on the path to success.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
I rise in this House once again, Mr. Speaker, to ask the Minister of Natural Resources about his plans to stop the pine beetle from attacking our forests. Last year alone, the beetle has increased tenfold, and even though science and research has been done, the beetle has moved from Jasper Park into central Alberta and is heading east. All of Canada's pine forests at risk. We need financial assistance to cull the trees. What is this Liberal government doing to stop this infestation?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we understand the critical importance of forestry to the economies of Eastern and Western Canada as a source of jobs, prosperity and opportunity. We are acutely aware of the threat that forest pests like the mountain pine beetle, emerald ash borer and spruce budworm pose to Canada's forest. In Budget 2016, we invested $87 million to support scientific research and infrastructure, including funding to combat destructive forest pests, such as spruce budworm and mountain pine beetle. We are working closely with our partners, the provinces, universities and industry, all with a common goal of finding a solution to this problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the Heritage Committee, the Minister brought out the same old tired lines, the same fallacious arguments in her defence of Netflix privileges. Rather than stand up for Quebec creators, the Minister decided to attack members of Parliament who disagreed with her. Well, I have some news for the Minister of Heritage. Contrary to what she seems to think, giving a tax holiday to Netflix while its competitors pay taxes is called tax policy. Why the special privileges? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard the concerns of the Francophone cultural sector, and we want to reassure them and tell them about the record investments we have made to support Francophone culture. We massively invested in arts and culture, more than $2.2 billion. We reinvested in the CMF to support Francophone television, and we invested $675 million in Radio-Canada. This has had a concrete impact on the lives of our artists. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, once again, the question isn't being answered, but that's nothing new. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to ethics and integrity, the Prime Minister tells us that his ministers are following all the rules. However, the $200 fine for his Minister of Finance tells a different story. The PM's trip to visit the Arcan also proves the opposite. Mr. Speaker, the problem is the framework surrounding these rules. It restricts the ability of the Ethics Commissioner to act rather than try and circumvent the rules. Why will the Prime Minister not accept giving more teeth to the legislation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, the Minister of Finance, as I've said many times, has the greatest respect for the Ethics Commissioner, has always worked transparently with her, has followed her recommendations to ensure that he complies with all the rules governing us, and last week he announced he was going even further by divesting his assets in Morneau-Chapelle and putting all his assets in a blind trust to continue to be able to serve Canadians as he has done so remarkably over the past 2 years. We have the strongest growing economy, 35,000 new jobs this month, including thousands in Quebec since October. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under its dairy modernization program, the government seems to be moving at two different speeds, top speed for denying applications and very slowly for spending. Last summer, the program was closed after 7 days, and 4 months later, the money for the lucky few who qualified still is not being paid out. And in this case, the minister can't blame Phoenix. Is the minister aware that the cost of materials has spiked over the past 4 months and that his slow pace is jeopardizing projects? The Honourable Minister.
Okay. Order. I believe I believe the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture will be answering the question. Mr. Speaker, our government strongly supports supply management as well as dairy farmers and their families. We are pleased to have invested more than $350 million in this industry in order to modernize the operations of producers and processors and to allow them to innovate. Our government will continue to stand up for our supply management sector. C'est tout pour aujourd'hui. That's all for today. Have a good weekend. Nous avons un appel au règlement.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, during question period, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance, often talked about the track record of the Conservative government. In order to make sure Canadians know what really happened, I'm asking for unanimous consent to table a document from the Government of Canada which indicates that the economic situation in the country has improved since the recession. Canadians are at the head of the G7 countries to come out of this recession.
L'honorable député. That's what it's on. Okay, very good. Est-ce que je suis en train de demander à...
I am asking, one moment please, Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House? No, I don't believe he has. I think we have another point of order.
Okay, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the practice of this House that when a member inadvertently misspeaks, that they have an opportunity to correct the record. And so the Minister of Revenue on October 31st stated there was no change with respect to disability tax credit. So I'd like to seek unanimous consent to table this letter where she clearly says there was a change.
Do we have unanimous consent to table this letter? I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. Point of order, the honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today pursuant to Standing Order 69.1 Omnibus Bills. The Standing Order reads, and I quote, "In the case where a government bill seeks to repeal, amend, or enact more than one act, and where there is not a common element connecting the various provisions, or where unrelated matters are linked, the Speaker shall have the power to divide the question for the purposes of voting on the motion for second reading and reference to a committee, and the motion for third reading and passage of the bill. The Speaker shall have the power to combine clauses of the bill thematically and to put the aforementioned questions on each of these groups of clauses separately, provided that there will be a single debate at each stage." Mr. Speaker, I point your attention now to a recently introduced Omnibus Budget Implementation Act. The proposal was tabled in the House of Commons on October 27, 2017. Now, that act combined a number of unrelated provisions that were not included in the original budget presentation. The long title is the first clue: a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures. The summary notes indicate that the bill also implements a GST/HST measure announced on September 8th, 2017. Other items include the income tax amendments, Part 1, related to farmers and fishers selling to cooperatives, Part 3's amendments to the Excise Act related to beer made from concentrate, Division 5 of Part 5, which amends the Bank of Canada Act concerning loans and advances made to members of the Canadian Payment Association, Division 11, Part 5, which makes a series of amendments to the Judges Act, and Division 13, Part 5, which amends the Financial Administration Act in respect of payments to discharge a debt. Now, returning to the original standing order that I cited at the outset, you, as Speaker, have the ability to break this bill into separate bills if various provisions are unrelated matters, and if they are then linked in the same bill. Now, clearly, the matters that I've just mentioned, their merits or demerits notwithstanding, are not directly related to one another. For example, the Judges Act is not related to the Financial Administration Act. The Judges Administration Act is not related to the Excise Act. The Bank of Canada Act is not related directly to the Income Tax Act, and therefore the bill combines a number of different acts in one single bill, which gives you, Mr. Speaker, the power to separate the various component parts of the Act. Now, in fairness to the government, there is an exception to that rule. Under 61.1 of the standing orders, budget implementation rules can be excluded from the Speaker's powers to divide a bill that contains numerous unrelated parts. Now, let me read that exception, though. The present standing order shall not apply if the bill has as its main purpose the implementation of a budget and contains only provisions that were announced in the budget presentation or in the documents tabled during the budget presentation. I have just finished listing at least five provisions that were included in the Omnibus Budget Implementation Act, but were not included in the original budget presentation. Therefore, this BIA and its component parts are not exempt from the Speaker's authority to divide into separate bills matters that are unrelated to one another but were nevertheless introduced as one piece of legislation. There is another matter that was included in the Budget Implementation Act that was not fully included in the original budget presentation. And I refer now to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. As I said at the outset, the standing order calls for bills to be separated in their components parts if the provision in a Budget Implementation Act was not fully present in the original budget presentation. Now, the budget presentation did provide for funding for the Asian Infrastructure Bank. However, it did not provide for the same amount of money that was later included in the Budget Implementation Act. So let me quote directly from the presentation that the Minister made on March 22nd, 2017. Budget 2017 proposes to invest $256 million over 5 years for Canada to join the Asian Infrastructure Bank. $256 million. That was the provision that the government made for the Asian Infrastructure Bank in the budget presentation of last March. However, the legislation introduced just last week has a different and much larger provision. It provides for an amount not more than $375 million US dollars, which equals 480 million Canadian dollars. Now, the word provision comes from the root word provide. The original budget presentation would provide $256 million. This omnibus budget bill provides $480 million. In other words, there's roughly $230 million provided in the Budget Implementation Act, which was not provided in the original budget presentation. In other words, the BIA, the Omnibus Budget Bill, attempts to provide something that was not provided for at the outset, and therefore it is not exempt from your powers to divide the bill up into separate component parts in order that measures can be debated on their own separate merits. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government has introduced a very complex web of legislative amendments to the statutes of Canada that are unrelated and disconnected, all in one single bill, after having promised to end omnibus bills forever. The government also gave you the power to end those omnibus bills for them. I've described to you how you can use that power and why it would be appropriate to do so in this particular case. Let me say on behalf of the official opposition that while we are concerned the government has broken its promise to end all omnibus bills, we are not particularly troubled by the fact that some of these measures are being voted on together. So it is your power to divide them up, but it is not necessarily of substantive importance to us that all of them be divided up. If the Speaker were to find that it would be in the interest of efficiency for them to be voted on and debated together, some of these measures would not be troublesome to marry into one such vote and one such debate, except one. And that one is the Asian Infrastructure Bank. It is particularly important, and its quiet and surreptitious inclusion in this bill is particularly concerning for multiple reasons. One, in less than half a year, the amount the government wants to spend on this initiative has gone up by almost 100%. Originally, $250 million, now almost $500 million. That is an eye-popping increase in an expense for a new initiative on which no Canadian government has ever spent money in the past. Less than a year ago, the Government of Canada was committed to spending $0 on this initiative. Then it was $250. Now, quietly, that amount has been raised to $500 million. Now, Mr. Speaker, the second reason why this is particularly objectionable to the official opposition is this. The government is behind on all of its commitments to build infrastructure in Canada. And now it is proposing to spend Canadian tax dollars building infrastructure in another continent. In fact, the legislation that the government proposes is explicit that the purpose is to build infrastructure in a different continent than our own. And let me read directly from the bill that the government tabled. The purpose of the bank shall be to, quote, foster sustainable economic development, create wealth, and improve infrastructure connectivity in Asia by investing in infrastructure and other productive sectors. It then defines Asia not to include Canada. It goes without saying, which means this $500 million will be paid by Canadians, but will not be spent to their benefit. Wow. This very unusual use of infrastructure money is worthy of some debate on the floor of this House of Commons, particularly given the fact that prior to even implementing the initiative, it is almost 100% over budget. So, Mr. Speaker, we call on you to exercise the legitimate authorities vested in you by the standing orders, in particular 69-1 and 69-1-2, to divide the Asian Infrastructure Bank from the rest of the Budget Implementation Act, so that Canadians can witness a debate in this chamber on the merits of sending $500 million to build infrastructure in Asia, and on the merits of giving loans and loan guarantees to extremely wealthy titans of finance in the world, on the world stage, all at the expense of Canadian taxpayers. So far, the House has had no standalone debate on this massive, new, and unprecedented expenditure. And the government seems to want to keep it that way by burying this measure at the back of a very large omnibus bill, making no mention of it either in the minister's original speech in the House of Commons nor in subsequent ministerial declarations that we have been able to find on the Hansard record. It is clear the government did not want this measure even to be noticed, and that's why it was buried almost like a secret at the back of the bill. You now have the authority to remedy that problem, to separate out this section and allow Canadians to debate this $500 million expenditure on the floor of the House of Commons in committee, and then to exercise the will of all of our constituents by voting on it here in this chamber and then later in the other place. So we call on you, Speaker, to exercise the powers vested in you in the standing orders, to uphold the principle of no taxation without representation. That is, Canadians must have the ability to rely on Parliament to approve every expenditure that their taxes fund, independently and separately from other matters, and to instill a sense of integrity in the budget process so that all Canadians can have confidence in how their money is spent. Thank you.
I want to thank the honourable member for his intervention. We will take it under advisement, and I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We have another intervention on this. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Sur le
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the same point of order, I listened to my colleague for Carleton with great interest. Now, obviously, in the NDP, we share this concern about the abusive use of omnibus bills under the Liberals over the last 2 years. And this, despite all of their promises and commitments not to do this. So I just simply wanted to say that we will be talking more about this later.
J'aimerais remercier.
I thank the members for their statements, and we will be taking what they have said under advisement, and we will be returning to the House with a statement on that later. Now let's move on. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Is he done? Yes, okay.
Dépôt des documents.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages 2 copies of the annual report for 2016-2017 of the Office of the Ombudsman for the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Forces.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader, or the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 14 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition calling upon Parliament to permit Christians to exercise their religious beliefs and conscientious rights, both in their private and public acts, without coercion, constraint, or discrimination by amending Section 241 of the Criminal Code and to enact a policy to provide a review of any new legislation that may be brought forward by the government to ensure it does not impinge upon the religious rights of Christians in accordance with the Canadian Bill of Rights and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1125 to question 1128, question 1133, question 1134, question 1144, and question 1148. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if a revised response to question 1045, originally tabled on June 25, 2017, and the government's responses to questions numbers question 1122 to question 1124, question 1129 to question 1132, question 1135 to question 1137, question 1139 to question 1143, and question 1145 to question 1147 could be made for orders of return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered.
And then finally,
back to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, finally, I would ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government bills, Senate, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, The NDP can only be satisfied with Bill S5 and support it in a second reading. The bill aims to create a new legislative framework to regulate vaping products and to set up standardized plain packaging. For a long time, we've been calling for the implementation of effective and concrete measures to fight against tobacco use and to prevent young people from starting to smoke. The NDP is clearly a leader on this issue. For a long time, we have been calling for the implementation of standardized plain packaging and the establishment of a regulatory framework for vaping products. The former health critic for the NDP, the former member for Winnipeg North, tabled a bill in 2009 aiming to fill the shortcomings in the Tobacco Act and to implement standardized labeling and prevent the sale of flavored tobacco. And during the last election campaign, we committed to adopting measures against tobacco use. For example, giving more money to the fight against tobacco use, allowing for standardized plain packaging, and banning flavored tobacco. We've also said it would be necessary to have a federal review to strengthen the law against tobacco and the government's strategy, which is going to expire in 2018. It's clear that our recommendations have finally been heard, because now flavors and additives are banned from tobacco products, even if the Conservatives didn't come out on that issue during the 2015 election campaign. We also hope that the government will support this bill and that we will be able to work with them to implement it and thus improve the health of Canadians. According to the National Health Study published in March 2017, more than 5 million Canadians over the age of 12 smoke daily or occasionally. In Quebec, more than 18% of the population smokes, which is above the national average. In response to a House Health Committee report from 2015, this bill would help fight against tobacco use and vaping effectively, and this would have a positive effect on their health, notably respiratory health. Tobacco use is the leading cause of illness and early death in Canada. The annual cost of health cost for smokers in Canada is over $3,000. So that's $17 billion per year in total. Adopting this bill would allow us to save money by reducing the number of smokers in Canada. Scientific research shows that people who have psychiatric problems are 2 to 4 times more likely to smoke compared to the rest of the population. More than 80% of people who have schizophrenia or bipolar problems are smokers. It's clear that cigarettes and tobacco lead to serious diseases that can sometimes lead to death. 1 Canadian dies every 14 minutes from an illness linked to tobacco use. That is not acceptable. And this is why we support this bill, and that we encourage the other parties to do the same. Anti-tobacco groups mention that the longer it takes to pass this bill, the more people will start to smoke in that time, and the more people will eventually die from the consequences of tobacco use. This bill will change the title of the Tobacco Act, which would become the Tobacco and Vaping Products Act. The problem of vaping is a new one. It's necessary to regulate the use of vaping products. Of course, vaping products are less harmful to people's health than cigarettes. According to an independent study published by Public Health England, e-cigarettes are 95% less harmful than tobacco and can help smokers quit smoking. This is the most widely used vaping product, and it appeared in Canada in 2007. Despite current regulations, it's difficult to restrict access to e-cigarettes. For the moment, there's no proof that e-cigarettes encourage young people and non-smokers to start consuming nicotine. However, we still don't know everything that we could about this product, because these vaping products are new on the market. These products may appear attractive, especially to young people, because they have many different flavors. According to the National Study on Tobacco, Alcohol and Drugs conducted in 2015, nearly 15% of Canadians aged 15 and older have already tried electronic cigarettes, and that percentage is up from 2013. If this bill is passed, banning the sale of tobacco to those under the age of 18 would also apply to vaping products. But it would also be forbidden to promote vaping products by using particular flavors or substances that supposedly have health benefits, because, of course, this would be misleading advertising. It would also be illegal to use tobacco brands or other information to promote vaping products to young people. And the labeling would aim to warn consumers about the nicotine content in them and the health problems they can lead to. These measures are less restrictive than the ones that apply to tobacco because they are considered less harmful for the moment. But the Food and Drug Administration in the U.S. Assimilated tobacco products and vaping products in a single regulation. It's essential that vaping products do not depend on a new source of addiction, and that they simply allow people to reduce the harms of tobacco while becoming a new source of addiction. This bill creates a regulatory framework for these products. Linda Bold, a British expert in cancer prevention and research, recognizes that services such as Free Stop Smoking services are really the best way of quitting smoking. But she recognizes that e-cigarettes do have the potential ability to help some people stop smoking. The only problem I would find in this bill is that vaping product manufacturers could promote their products in the media without any real restriction. And of course, this will end up catching the attention of young people. Some provinces and territories, such as Quebec, have adopted different provisions that are more strict. In Quebec, the law only allows for the promotion of vaping products in newspapers and magazines that are intended for adult audiences, not for younger people. Bill S5 should line up with those laws in those other provinces. I would add that even if vaping products can help reduce tobacco use, we shouldn't forget that it doesn't help smokers break their habits. An organization in my riding, which is called La Maison L'Alcôve, has said this, and they're a very recognized and widely respected center. They said that if you want a smoker to quit smoking, they have to break their daily rituals and habits. By smoking an e-cigarette, the smoker is really just performing the same action. So using vaping products is only so useful up to a point in helping people quit smoking. If this bill is passed, manufacturers would have to submit information about sales and ingredients of their products to the Department of Health to ensure that there's a follow-up. In a 2015 report published by the Standing HoC Committee on Health, 14 recommendations were made. For example, it was recommended that a legislative framework be created to regulate vaping products. This bill follows those recommendations. Bill S5 also aims to adapt standardized plain packaging, as was done in Australia in 2012 and in France and the UK in 2016. The NDP would like to see the strictest possible plain packaging rules adopted so that we can fight against the harmful effects of tobacco. This measure is also planned in other countries, such as South Africa, Sweden, and even Singapore. This is one of the measures that we were committed to implement during the 2015 election campaign. Plain packaging is an effective way to reduce tobacco use, to discourage young people from taking up smoking, and from limiting exposure to secondhand smoke, which can have serious health impacts on non-smokers. Plain packaging would also allow us to standardize the appearance of all tobacco products and to get rid of logos and brands. Colors and neutral colors would still be there, as would health warnings. It's proven that plain packaging does have a positive effect on health. Canadians would be better informed of the risks of tobacco use and would be more aware that this is a dangerous product. If we look at the effects of plain packaging in Australia, we can easily understand that this is an essential measure if we want to reduce tobacco use. Australia saw a very significant reduction in use after implementing plain packaging. According to David Hammond, a professor at the University of Waterloo, 100,000 people stopped smoking in Australia thanks to plain packaging. And if the same effect were to exist in Canada, we would have 190,000 fewer smokers. These numbers are taken from 100 scientific studies. The adoption of plain packaging would allow us to significantly reduce the number of smokers, and that's based on science, Mr. Speaker.
In the British Medical Journal supplement, 14 studies were published on the impact of plain packaging in Australia. The findings of these studies, all these studies, show the plain packaging reduced the attractiveness of cigarettes amongst young people and did not lead to an increase in the consumption of tobacco or contraband tobacco. What it did do was incite smokers to try stopping. Plain packaging brought down a decrease in the use of tobacco. According to research in Victoria State in Australia, smokers think that cigarettes in plain packaging are inferior and therefore less satisfying, and therefore it's easier to stop smoking. Currently, tobacco packaging is designed in order to be attractive and to attract consumers. And what it can do is make people forget that actually these are fatal products that can lead to death. I agree with Rob Cunningham from the Canadian Cancer Society, who says that a fatal product and an addictive product like tobacco should not be sold in packaging that is made to be attractive, and it's not normal. This bill would end that thanks to the adoption of plain packaging. Furthermore, this measure has been given support by several organizations and associations. For example, the Canadian Coalition Against Tobacco. This coalition is made up of many members who are experts on the issue of tobacco and diseases linked to tobacco use. They presented a document in committee that showed that plain packaging is supported by more than 340 organizations throughout the country. A coalition of more than 200 Quebec organizations, including the City of Montreal, including the Quebec division of the Canadian Cancer Society, also support the idea of standardized plain packaging. So this is a measure that many agree on. That actually is even the subject of a consensus. Many people say they are concerned about contraband, for example. Well, if we take the example of Australia, there have been no problems linked to contraband since plain packaging was adopted. In fact, studies have shown the opposite, that is to say, less counterfeiting of foreign brands. Now, in terms of the concerns about convenience stores, studies show, again based on the Australian case, that Australian retailers quickly adapted to the new plain packaging measures, and that, in fact, there had not been much change. So there are provisions in this bill that are similar to these. The health of non-smokers legislation to protect people at work will be regulated by the federal government and will be changed to include vaping products that are subject to the same prohibitions as tobacco is. The purpose of S5 is to harmonize compliance and implementation measures with other legislation. For example, the Canadian legislation on product safety. These powers would allow inspectors to use telewarrants and to be able to go into private properties in order to conduct inspections while being accompanied by a qualified person. They will also be able to require manufacturers to provide files, and they will be able to stop anyone using transportation for these products to undertake an inspection. There were 10 amendments that were tabled by the Senate for Bill S5. 8 of them are technical. One calls on the Minister of Health to do a review of the legislation, and there's another amendment that prohibits mint and clove as additives in tobacco products. Finally, I want to underscore the fact that marginalized and underprivileged groups are the easiest targets, and they are the ones who tend most to want to consume more tobacco. They are affected by tobacco-linked diseases. For example, 40% of First Nations members smoke. 37% of divorced or separated individuals smoke. It is absolutely essential that these groups no longer be targeted. In order to do that, we need anti-smoking programs for these groups and that target these groups. We have to implement strategic measures in order to improve the social conditions of these people and reduce the social environmental factors that lead them to want to smoke. The ultimate goal is to reduce that discrepancy between the state of health of the general population and that of the more vulnerable population because of tobacco-linked diseases. It is time that Canada caught up and looked towards legislation, for example, in Australia, France, and Britain, and other countries that have adopted plain packaging. And that they look at regulations on e-cigarettes and vaping products. Another part of the public that is affected is young people. It has been shown that people usually start smoking during adolescence, so they are an easy target because they are easily influenced and attracted by packaging. This bill would help in reducing tobacco consumption amongst young people and would also help reduce their addiction to nicotine. It would therefore reduce the number of smokers. In 2014, during the Conference of the Parties, the World Health Organization called on member countries to pay particular attention to young people and vulnerable groups when it comes to tobacco. The main purpose of this bill is to protect young people by reducing incentives to smoke it while allowing adults to have access to alternatives like vaping products. Passing this bill would be a major step forward in fighting smoking, and it would lead to improvements in overall health of Canadians. It would be so unfortunate if it were not passed. We truly need regulations and measures like those in Bill S5 in order to be able to effectively fight against smoking. But we also have to increase awareness amongst young people when it comes to the kinds of decisions they're going to make, and so that they're aware of what it is they're choosing to smoke, so that they can then say no. Parents also have to be made aware of the danger so that they no longer trivialize smoking. The satellite organization of my riding is trying to raise awareness amongst young people as early as grade school. Awareness raising will have another impact on people, and it must go along with passing Bill S5 in order to reduce the number of smokers in Canada. Mr. Speaker, when I spoke with organizations in my riding about this bill, whether it be a Satellite or whether it be Horizon Soleil, that have worked on awareness raising among young people in grade schools, amongst their teachers, for example, on the harmful impacts of smoking and on the importance of not beginning to smoke in adolescence or in grade school. They agreed that we really need strong legislation because young people are attracted to beautiful colors and to flavors, and we have to ensure that they never start. We all know people who want to stop smoking. We all know how difficult it is. So we have to work on prevention so that they never begin smoking. As I said in my remarks, I've spoken with many stakeholders. I spoke with a well-known center that works on addiction, and they were telling me how difficult it is to tackle this issue, because these are daily habits that have to be broken. So, Mr. Speaker, I truly hope that everyone will pass this bill. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Whitby.
Merci à mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks.
On adopté.
8 provinces have adopted legislative measures on vaping products. And I have a question for my colleague. Could she speak about the importance of federal leadership on vaping products? And could she tell us how this bill would offer a new level of protection for Canadians? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, and it's often the case on many issues, that provinces acted early, and they adopted legislation before the federal government did. The federal government can play a leadership role by collaborating with provinces, because it's very important to make sure that information is getting through. Oftentimes, there may be legislation in one province that could be adapted to another province, for example. And the federal government could play that leadership role in order to ensure that there's good communication amongst everyone. But we also have to make sure that the federal legislation is also respectful and aligned with provinces' legislation and provincial jurisdiction. So the provinces acted early, and the federal government could now help by providing leadership and by making sure that information is well communicated. Mr. Speaker, we've often met organizations that say they don't have the means in order to make sure that information is communicated everywhere in Canada. So we have to make sure that groups are mobilized throughout Canada so that they can act and so that we can make sure that smoking is reduced. Oftentimes these organizations don't have the means, though, so the federal government, therefore, has to play a leadership role in order to make sure that this can happen. It costs us millions of dollars every year, the fact that we have so many smokers in society. These people need to be helped. We need to be able to support organizations like Satellite and Horizon Soleil who are doing awareness raising about addiction. We need to help them, and we need to continue to act.
In comments, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot for her remarks. The federal government wants to bring in a bill to legalize marijuana. But at the same time, it would like everyone to stop smoking. So they would like to implement plain packaging for tobacco, but they don't want to do that for marijuana. Does the member not think that this is a little hypocritical? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Before being a member of Parliament, for about 10 years, I was the director of a community organization that sheltered young people. So we would provide shelter for young people from 12 to 18, 20 years old. And I saw on a daily basis what addiction did, any kind of addiction, whether it was smoking, whether it was alcohol, whether it was drugs. And we have to take that seriously. It's clear to me that with the bill that the Liberals are going to bring in on marijuana legalization, it's clear to me, as I was saying, that we shouldn't trivialize the use of marijuana, because we know that consumption has harmful effects on the health and daily lives of people. It can even be fatal. So we have to send a consistent message within all our measures. Now, Our goal as members has to be an improvement in the health and the quality of lives of our constituents. And we need to make sure that in each and every one of the decisions we make and in each and every one of the bills that we adopt, that we do the best we can in order to ensure that people are protected and that they have the best health and quality of life possible.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Hamilton.
The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. The comments and question that I'd like to focus on has to do with youth. So I've had the privilege and honour of working with youth for 20 years, and one of the areas that was a concern for me was nicotine addiction. And she's mentioned that a number of times in her speech, and I think it's fantastic. She speaks about the awareness raising that is taking place in her riding. But if she could, she mentioned a little bit in the speech, but I'm wondering if she could elaborate a little bit on how she feels that this bill helps protect youth from nicotine addiction.
Honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, I think what's important in this bill with respect to young people is that it sends a clear message that e-cigarettes or any other vaping products are not a better way to consume nicotine. It's a tool to enable you to stop smoking. So it has to be very clear to young people that the message is not, well, I'm going to use an e-cigarette because smoking isn't good for me. No. The message has to be very clear. The message has to be that e-cigarettes are just as bad for you, are just as bad as, for example, smoking a cigarette. And the other element is plain packaging. It has been proven over and over again that attractive packaging has an effect on young people. It encourages them to use those products, either because the product is attractive or because there are various flavors being used. So, yes, there are many parts to this bill that have a direct impact on, at least we hope it will have that impact on reducing smoking amongst young people. People start to smoke when they're very young, when they're teenagers, and that's what we have to target.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hubert. For Saint-Hubert Barbecue. For Longueuil Saint-Hubert. I was just making a joke, Mr. Speaker. Saint-Hubert is Saint-Hubert, and the name of the barbecue outlet is spelled differently. Now, I want to talk about the effect this has on the daily lives of people. Like many people, I smoked for a long time. Now, fortunately, I didn't move on to vaping because personally, and I think my colleague said this well, many people use vaping as much as they used to smoke. I've seen incredible advertising, actually. You see people outside, -20, trying to smoke in a snowstorm, and you still see this. You still see this with people who are using vaping products. Now, my colleague mentioned that there were 2 centres in her riding that work on addiction, so I think she's in a very good position to be able to talk about this topic. So I'd like her to be able to tell us what we can do to make sure that young people don't think it's cool to use these vaping products. You know, we've looked at the various styles of vaping products. You see all kinds of them. And this is one thing I'm wondering about. I'm really surprised that you can buy vaping products in very specific areas. For example, sometimes they're right beside other stores that I'm not sure I would want my children to see. So I'd like my colleague to tell me a little bit about this. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, in 60 seconds or less, please. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that this bill is a first step. There are still many questions we don't have the answers to. There's still many studies that have to be done. There's still a lot of research that has to be done. The effects of e-cigarettes and other products are not all that well known. We know what nicotine does amongst young people. And earlier I mentioned these prevention centers, but we still don't know enough. We don't know if their way is the best way to intervene. We don't know if there would be better ways to intervene. And I put the question earlier to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Will the government provide more funding to independent research projects that will give us the answers to those questions so that we'll know how to act? Thank you.
Prise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Diane Finley, member for Haldimand-Norfolk. I'm addressing the Bill S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and Non-Smokers Health Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The possible implications of this bill are not conclusive, but should be investigated by the Standing Committee for Health. Our party strongly supports reducing smoking among all Canadians, but especially our youth. This has been reflected in the numerous policies we put forward while in government. Vaping, which is often considered a healthier alternative to smoking, is addressed in this bill. Although it may be healthier, nicotine is still an addictive substance which requires public education on the associated risks and numerous regulations on access. Establishing plain packaging policies for tobacco products is one of the other primary components of this bill. There is currently conflicting research on the market impacts of this bill, and therefore there should be thorough study obtained. We need to ensure this bill will, in fact, do what it is intended to do: lower smoking rates. We must also consider alternative tobacco products. Although some may be substantially healthier than smoking, they are unable to demonstrate this or even market to consumers just due to the fact that they are considered a tobacco product. This dilemma should be explored. Smoking is harmful, and we are proud to support policies that reduce the rate of smokers here in Canada. Our previous government introduced numerous measures to curb smoking rates. These include new, larger, updated warning labels, banning of flavors attractive to children, the removal of loopholes exploited by large tobacco companies, and heightened regulations on advertising. As a result of these policies, we were able to get Canada to an all-time low on smoking, I'm proud to say. Smoking rates on adolescent males dropped by almost 40% and 44% among female adolescents. We believe these fortunate declines in smoking rates in adolescents are a direct result of our policies. We strongly believe in the health and safety of all Canadians by further minimizing smoking, and vaping may be the opportunity to do so. The safety of vaping has had minimal research, however. It is certainly a large improvement to conventional cigarettes. The smoke of conventional cigarettes contains significantly more dangerous substances, many of which are carcinogenic, including tar, benzene, cadmium, and arsenic. Although e-cigarettes have been found to contain levels of cancer-causing compounds, such as nitrosamines and formaldehyde, the level at which these chemicals are found are about 1,000 times lower than conventional cigarettes. Some studies have even proven that vaping has the ability to assist individuals in quitting smoking. Because some e-cigarettes come in assorted amounts of nicotine, individuals are able to gradually step down their intake, eventually quitting completely. With the legalization of nicotine in vaping products, such as e-cigarettes, education as well as research is absolutely imperative. Nicotine is still a harmful substance, even if it isn't smoked. According to Health Canada, nicotine increases heart rates and blood pressure, constricts blood vessels, lowers the body temperature of the extremities, alters brain waves, relaxing muscles, and not to mention a highly addictive substance. With addictive substances, individuals are prone to withdrawal symptoms for up to a month following quitting. These symptoms include dizziness and shakiness, headaches, and anxiety and irritability, nervousness and restlessness, difficulty concentrating and sleeping, increased appetite, slight depression or feeling down, as well as increased cravings. We need to ensure sufficient education is done on the risks associated with nicotine. Most individuals know that smoking is hazardous and causes cancer, but the public must also understand the risks associated with other nicotine technologies. This bill also intends to implement plain packaging for the tobacco industry, similar to what was employed by Australia. However, Australia had some inconsistent results following their implementation in 2012. They essentially removed trademarks, logos, non-prescribed colors and graphics, allowing only the use of a brand name in a prescribed size and font. When they reviewed the policy in 2016 to determine if smoking rates had declined, some experts observed that there was nothing statistically significant to suggest that smoking rates have lowered as a result of applying plain packaging to tobacco products. La banalisation des emballages, bien qu'elle ait une...
Making packaging more plain may not have a significant incidence on the rate of using tobacco has changed the market. It's not easy to see the difference between different brands of tobacco, and that means that it is a more determining factor. Sales have gone down, and the sales of less known brands increased.
Ont été retirés du marché.
Certain brands were withdrawn from the market.
Le contrebande a aussi gagné en popularité.
Contraband tobacco has increased in popularity since the introduction of policies on plain packaging. However, this is contested by professionals in the field because tobacco companies think that the results might have been biased. The Canadian Cancer Society does not believe that plain packaging favors contraband. The system has changed. Technological advances lead us to raise questions on the definition of tobacco product and vaping product.
Que les produits de vapotage constituant
vaping products seem to represent a simpler choice than tobacco products. There are some tobacco-type products that scientific communities consider to be a better choice. The Health Committee needs to look at the possibility of allowing businesses to promote their products to consumers or to people who do not intend to stop smoking. The UK and New Zealand have broadened the scope of their definition of healthier choice regarding the consumption of nicotine and tobacco. Around the world, there are many substitute products we need to look at other options and look at how these groups might be advertised at. People who do not wish to stop smoking would be targeted by this type of initiative. This could have an impact on healthcare in Canada and also lead to more efficiency.
bill, and it is imperative that answers are provided to the unknowns I have just mentioned. Consequently, I am suggesting for this bill to go to committee to receive a comprehensive examination. As parliamentarians, we have a duty to do our best at improving the health of Canadians, and I believe this bill, with proper oversight, has the potential to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Before we go to questions and comments, I just want to remind the honourable members, when we refer to someone else in the House, we refer to them by their riding or their title, not necessarily by their, or not by their name. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, we have the legislation before us today because, once again, I believe we have a government that is very genuine in terms of the health, and I would suspect all members of this chamber are concerned about the health and well-being of our young people. At times, you need to make changes in order to do what we can to prevent things such as the possibility of increased smoking. Our young people as a whole have done a fantastic job, even amongst themselves, within their peers, to see that the number of people smoking consistently go down over the years. And my question to the member is very similar to the question I had asked one of her colleagues, and that is just to recognize that in actually dealing with getting fewer people smoking cigarettes, one of the best ways of doing that is to actually follow and enable young people to educate themselves, in particular, educate their peers. And I'd be interested in her thoughts on that.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
I thank very much the member from across the aisle for the question, and I think that education is absolutely a very important part of any type of consideration that we make in this House. And I think that is what in my speech, I am asking for. I am asking for more consideration, more facts. We want to make decisions with the best possible information. It's almost always impossible to have perfect information, but you would not buy a car without checking what types of vehicles are out there, seeing the gas mileage that you could potentially get on a type of vehicle, perhaps knowing the safety record, maybe checking the Blue Book value, right? You would not purchase a home without considering, is this a good neighborhood that I want to live in? Is it a neighborhood where I want to raise my children? You would not choose a spouse, perhaps without knowing their values or, knowing will we be able to get along, or will our families get along, right? You always need the best information possible when making these types of decisions. And I believe this is exactly what I'm asking for in here, is that we need more information in regards to results. I think it's always excellent to do benchmarking, whether that is internally with our own nation or comparative with other nations. I think this is absolutely fantastic. But in regards to education, in regards to influencing our young people, in regards to making decisions, we always want the best information, as much information as possible, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, especially for her effort in French. I was wondering about electronic cigarettes. Do you have the same impression that I do, to make sure that e-cigarettes don't be part of an advertising campaign that would lead people to believe that it's almost a good idea to use electronic cigarettes, that it's a safe alternative to tobacco? Do you think there should be regulation forbidding adding a prestigious brand name to the packaging? Do you think we need regulation to set up a framework around this alternative to electronic cigarettes? Once again, I would remind members to speak through the chair and not directly to the other members. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank my colleague. I think it's very important to look at all the options when it comes to information about products that are available, products that we are conducting research on. As I said, it's always good to have more information instead of less information. I think it is a good thing to do research about different products and marketing. As I said, it's always good to have more information instead of less in order to make the best decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate, the honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to add my thoughts to this important discussion that we're having about Bill S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. And one of the most important roles of any government is to protect the health and the safety of its citizens. This is something that we as Conservatives have always taken very seriously. And the previous Conservative government took a number of steps to improve the health of Canadians by funding and implementing various programs to reduce the smoking rate in Canada. Some of these initiatives included tightening advertising restrictions, banning flavored cigarettes that were seen as attractive to children, and introducing regulations for larger and updated warning labels. In fact, under the previous Conservative government, smoking rates among youth aged 15 to 19 decreased to 11%, representing the lowest rate recorded for this age group since Health Canada first reported smoking prevalence. We invested over $650 million to reduce the smoking rate across all ages and partnered with the Canadian Cancer Society, providing them $5 million in partnership to launch the Break It Off Tobacco Cessation campaign to encourage young adults to quit smoking. Now, these were positive, concrete steps that were taken to help Canadians lead healthier lives. But, Mr. Speaker, Bill S5 goes in a totally different direction. As it is currently written, S5 plans to make two key changes to the Tobacco Act. The first change is to introduce a framework into the Tobacco Act that will regulate vaping products. The second key change is to implement plain packaging requirements for tobacco products. Now, I understand the stated goal behind Bill S5. The stated goal is to protect the health and safety of Canadians and to reduce youth smoking. But, Mr. Speaker, as I read it, this particular bill, quite frankly, could do much more harm than good. Now, as I mentioned, S5 plans to implement plain packaging regulations that will see the outside packaging for cigarettes standardized, as well as the cigarette stick itself. Now, that means there would be no branding whatsoever. As a result, people who choose to smoke will not be able to tell one brand from another, either from the package or from the cigarette. Or indeed, will they be able to tell whether they've bought a legal product? In fact, Mr. Speaker, law enforcement agencies wouldn't be able to tell the difference either. Now, the government claims that this is designed to make cigarettes less attractive to young people. So that would in turn lower the youth smoking rate. Now, I'm concerned on a number of fronts that this portion of the legislation in particular will have just the opposite result. My first concern is the impact that the plain packaging regulations could have on the contraband tobacco market in Canada. Now, the reason why this market is a concern is because it's unregulated, unlicensed, and untaxed. Not only does the government lose an estimated $2 billion a year in taxes from the sale of these illegal cigarettes, but the money that is made off of them is used to fund very highly organized crime in Canada and abroad. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are parts of this great country of ours where contraband tobacco is big business. In some areas, it's reliably estimated that as much as 80% of cigarettes smoked are contraband. And I'm not exaggerating in the least when I say that there are also areas where the illegal cross-border trade of cigarettes between Canada and the U.S. is serious and sometimes even deadly business. That's how big the stakes are. So what does plain packaging have to do with contraband tobacco? Well, by having a generic package for all cigarettes, it will make it much easier for contraband producers to both counterfeit and also to sell their own product with little chance of getting caught. This leads me to a second issue surrounding the safety of Canadians and their right to know what they are ingesting. As the contraband tobacco market is unregulated, there is no way to determine, much less control, the chemical makeup of the cigarettes. And because the packaging and the cigarette stick will be indistinguishable from one brand to the next, Canadians who choose to smoke will not only be unable to tell whether they're receiving their brand, but they'll also be unable to determine whether they're receiving legal, counterfeit, or contraband product. Now, since there's no way to control what chemicals are actually in these cigarettes, this could actually result in negative health impacts for Canadians and cause even more harm instead of reducing it. And believe me, Mr. Speaker, some contraband cigarettes have been known to have some rather nasty stuff in them. Now, to get back to the government's stated goal of harm reduction, I also have a serious concern regarding wording within the legislation that bans companies from saying that one product is less harmful than another. For example, the harmful chemicals that enter a person's body in smoking do so mostly once the cigarette is ignited. There are currently products available that simply heat the tobacco instead of igniting it, which significantly reduces exposure to much of the harmful chemicals. And these products have been proven to be significant aids to quitting smoking. But if this legislation passes, Canadians won't even be able to get to know about these products. The second half of this legislation deals with vaping products, which have also been deemed to be a less harmful alternative to smoking. But as a consumer, Canadians would be unable to know that these products are less harmful for them because of the advertising ban that would ensue if this legislation is passed. For a bill that is focused on harm reduction, it seems illogical that companies, or even Health Canada, would be allowed to educate Canadians that there are less harmful alternatives out there. In addition, the government claims that by switching to plain packaging, this will decrease the youth smoking rate. My concern here is twofold. Throughout my research and through consultation with a number of stakeholders, I've been unable to find reliable statistics that prove that implementing plain packaging reduces the urge for youth to start smoking. In my experience, they don't try smoking because they see a package and think it looks cool. In many parts of Canada, they can't see the package anyway because it's hidden by law from view within the stores in which it's sold. No, Mr. Speaker, they try it because their friends are doing it or because it's easy to access. Mr. Speaker, we all want to go home for the weekend, so I'll spare you going into a litany of all of the problems with this bill and how it contrasts with what the Liberals are putting forward in their marijuana legislation. Back to my second concern, and that is that if we implement plain packaging and end up fueling the contraband market, we could actually see an increase in the rate of youth smoking as a result of accessibility. One of the reasons why contraband tobacco continues to be popular is because of its low cost. In fact, in many areas where contraband tobacco is sold, a person can buy a baggie of 200 cigarettes for about $10. And that compares to buying the legal product for well over $100 for the same quantity. As a result, people buy the cheaper product to save money. Now, a lot of young people don't have the means to purchase $100 worth of cigarettes, but they may have the means to purchase cigarettes at $10. So if the contraband market is allowed to flourish, youth could quite conceivably have even more access to cigarettes as a result of their low cost. Now, as I stated earlier, Mr. Speaker, I understand and I even support the stated goal, but I have very serious issues with the path that the Liberals are taking to get there. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I ask that this House consider the very real and the very serious concerns that I've outlined today, taking them into consideration when developing their own thoughts about this bill, and think of my speech when S5 is discussed at committee. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the honourable member. I really enjoyed her speech, and I was noticing that the e-cigarettes put doses of nicotine into the system by using aerosol. Now, aerosol, as we know, if you buy a can of spray paint, it tells you not to inhale this stuff directly, and we know that it can cause long-term health effects. And I wonder if the member would just like to mention on that. We're going to have young kids out here using an aerosol to directly inhale into their mouths when medical evidence out there tells us that it is dangerous to your health. Thank you.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question. You know, there are a lot of products out there, and there's a lot of confusion about a lot of them. E-cigarettes are something that's been on the market for the last 5 or so years. There are some that have nicotine in, many don't. And they're being used, and they're not the ones without nicotine aren't regulated at all. The ones that do have nicotine are much harder to find, and they come in a variety of forms. I think that we always want to make sure that our young people are protected from any consumer product. They need and deserve to know what's in them, what the risks are, and that's one of the problems with this bill, is even with regular cigarettes. Once they go into the plain packaging, the plain sticks, and with the other plans that have been discussed by the Liberal government, people will not know what they're getting in the product. We need to have consumer protection at all levels on all products.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know when the parliamentary secretary had introduced the legislation, the member across the way stood up and expressed serious concerns in regards to the labeling, people not necessarily knowing what's going in. The question was addressed by the parliamentary secretary, I thought, to great satisfaction. And my question to the member is, does she feel, as a whole, that the government is going in the wrong direction on the issue of labeling? Is she suggesting, or what is it that she would like to see on that? Number one question. And the second one is that what we recognize is that there are other provincial jurisdictions that are looking at vapors, and in order to be able to ensure that there is some sense of a national standard, if it isn't at all possible, that the national government should play some leadership role, and this is a step forward in dealing with that. Would she not agree with that point?
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I apologize if I seem to be waffling about my position on this during my speech. I thought I'd made it pretty clear that going to plain packaging, going to plain tubes with no branding on them whatsoever, puts the customer and indeed the retailer in a very vulnerable position. They have no way to determine that what they're buying, or in the case of the retailer selling, is the product that they think they're getting. There would be no way for law enforcement to determine whether these are legal products or not without extensive analysis, and even then it would be limited. There would be no branding, so the government would be stripping away the intellectual property rights of companies, but more importantly, they'd be stripping away the rights of consumers to know that what they're buying is what they think they're buying and what they're paying for. And this will lead, and because it would be generic packaging, this would lead to a dramatic surge in the contraband business. That is not in anyone's interest whatsoever, anyone that wants to be a law-abiding citizen or indeed a law-abiding government. There are a whole lot of reasons why contraband tobacco is a very dangerous thing, not just to the consumers, but to the communities in which they operate. And so, therefore, I have some terrible concerns about what the government is doing. If they really want to give a gift to the contraband tobacco industry, this bill is the best thing they could ever hope to present.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. We're kind of tight on time. A minute
All right,
question
very
and a minute
quickly.
answer.
I just want to thank the member from Haldimand Norfolk for her speech. And I listen very closely when she speaks because this member has a lot of experience implementing legislation. So she knows very well how something that's well-intentioned, if not properly implemented, can go in the wrong direction. I'm a little bit concerned on the vaping side that they seem to be doing the same thing as on other legislation where they don't really specify a lot of details and they want to leave it to a later regulation. And we know that with vaping products, there have been some concerns about ones that have exploded and various things like that. And I wonder if the member could comment about the level of detail in this bill.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, I thank my colleague for her question. She spent a lot of time on this issue. And I think one of the things that she has learned is that there are a lot of different products out there. The vaping products are not regulated at the federal level. Again, Canadians need and deserve to know what products they're consuming. They need to be educated about this, as has been described. But other products exist on the market that are not addressed within this legislation, except that they're lumped in places they shouldn't be. The government states that it wants to help people reduce harm that is done to themselves through tobacco and nicotine products, and yet they will not allow any products that are good at harm reduction, that do help people quit smoking. Those companies will not be able to advertise those products to let Canadians know the benefits of it. That seems to be totally contradictory to what they say they want to achieve. So I think it's really important that the government revisit this and think about the implementation. They can't just say, okay, well, here's part of the rules. No, that doesn't work. You've got to have it thought through. And thinking this through, you have to recognize that the whole thing has to be there, and that there are products on the market that are not covered, and that the legislation does not achieve what it sets out to according to the advertising section.
It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-325, an act to amend the Canadian Bill of Rights, right to housing.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to rise in this House today to speak to Bill C-325, an act to amend the Canadian Bill of Rights, right to housing. It gives me a great opportunity to highlight some of the great initiatives and partnerships between different levels of government, private enterprise, nonprofit organizations, and others that have been completed in my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga. But first, a little overview of the bill. This bill will change the Canadian Bill of Rights by adding a right of an individual to attain, quote, proper housing at a reasonable cost and free of all unreasonable barriers, end quote. It argues that access to housing, free of financial and other barriers, is necessary to adequately recognize the, quote, dignity and worth of all individuals, unquote, and to provide them with security and other benefits which housing gives. It gives the government 1 year from the day royal assent is given to make this change. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party believes that all Canadians should have a reasonable opportunity to own their home or to have access to safe and affordable housing. That is why we support broad-based tax relief, income support programs, and tax incentives to make home ownership and rental accommodation more attainable and accessible. But rather than support these broad-based grassroots initiatives, the current Liberal government seems intent not only on ignoring these willing small business partners, but they're actually placing additional roadblocks in their way or even destroying their businesses altogether. The current war on small and medium-sized businesses will have a huge detrimental effect on the construction industry, and this will automatically negatively impact housing starts. Small construction companies, whether pouring concrete foundations, framing and scaffolding, installing heat and ventilation, plumbers, electricians, and roofing contractors, many of whom are self-employed and at the same time employing 5 or 6 workers, will be forced to lay off workers and scale back their operation, or worse yet, to wind down their businesses altogether. This will result in fewer contractors available to build and therefore will drive up the cost of housing even higher than it is currently. So much for making housing available at a reasonable cost and free of barriers. While I can agree wholeheartedly with the overall premise of Bill C-325, to do all that we can to ensure proper housing free of unreasonable barriers and at a reasonable cost, there are far too many questions left unanswered for me to support the bill in its current form. The use of the terms, quote, reasonable cost and, quote, unreasonable barriers in the preamble is vague. There is no indication of what might be an unreasonable barrier or what price range is a reasonable cost. The bill does not account for price differences in housing markets across the country and assumes that the creation of a, quote, right will fix the issue. Mr. Speaker, it is not that simple. Also, there are very real financial ramifications to the implementation of this bill. Where is the costing analysis? Will the Canada Social Transfer be largely inflated due to this action? What about cost sharing with provinces and municipalities? It's our belief that the government should get out of the way of private enterprise and instead partner with their respective jurisdictions of provincial, territorial, and municipal governments, private business initiatives, and work with social agencies and nonprofit organizations in dealing with housing needs. This bill makes no mention of empowering local stakeholders or marketplace workers who could potentially increase housing stock available and therefore make housing less costly. Yes, every Canadian should have the opportunity to own a home or to have access to affordable rental accommodation. We agree with helping Canadians who need it the most. However, the government can help through partnering with all levels of government and the private sector to ensure the creation of sustainable, responsible, and fair solutions. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me share with this House just one of the many organizations that are working to make housing more affordable in my area, my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga. I've been proud to work with this organization over the past 16 years, even long before I was elected as Member of Parliament for Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Speaker, in the next little while, I'll be quoting directly from the 10-year anniversary booklet of Menno Homes. Quote, during the 1990s, poverty in Ontario became a growing concern. Social programs faced severe cutbacks, including in the funding downloaded from the provincial government for social housing. The extremely low vacancy rate meant landlords were able to ask for premium rental prices. For lower-income families and individuals, this often made housing utterly unaffordable. Housing also became a dangerous proposition. Desperate to find a roof over their heads, people took chances on unsafe, substandard housing and were unwilling to report poor conditions for fear of losing what they already had. In late 2000, Mennonite Central Committee of Ontario, MCCO, program director, invited several people with social programming experience to be part of a small working group that would explore how to respond to this need for more affordable housing. By May of 2001, the working group invited 40 people, including Mennonite and Brethren in Christ pastors, together with members of their churches who were community leaders in health and social services, into the discernment process to determine the will to respond collectively to this need and to determine what form the response would take. A number of meetings later, and after securing commitment from churches and individuals, the incorporation of Menno Homes was complete. While individuals in other churches and denominations, as well as community members at large, have been strongly supportive of Menno Homes, it's been primarily a Mennonite initiative, and the Mennonite community in Kitchener-Waterloo area has responded strongly to every capital fundraising drive and has a strong sense of this being our project. Soon after the incorporation process was completed, the region of Waterloo put out a call to groups interested in affordable housing, saying they had funding available for family housing. Menno Homes made an expression of interest, and it was approved. The search for property on where to build now began. At this time, Faith Lutheran Church on Village Road in the Forest Hill area of Kitchener was planning a change to their building to improve accessibility and decided instead to build a new sanctuary. The project would be funded by the sale of a large piece of land at the back of their property. However, as the pastor noted, we ran into a bit of a struggle with our neighbors. We had a lot of phone calls from neighbors worrying and complaining about what it would do to the neighborhood, to house values. A series of meetings with community members followed with angry words and even threats, but the situation remained deadlocked and intense until finally one neighborhood resident, Wendy Shaw, became a bridge between the two sides. She met with each of her 66 neighbors who had opposed the project and who planned to take their grievances to the OMB. Wendy brought their concerns of the neighbors to Menno Homes. This resulted in Menno Homes changing the design and reducing the number of units, as well as guaranteeing long-term active involvement in the project to ensure it would be well integrated into the neighborhood. Tenants moved into the 8 duplexes on Village Road in July and August of 2004. They were met by Doreen and were each given a handmade quilt. One resident said of the quilt she was given, "I appreciate every hour, every stitch, and every thought that was put into these blankets. I will cherish them for the rest of my life." Doreen met with the residents on a regular basis. There were a number of new Canadian families. We wanted to make sure they were aware of various agencies in the community. As a board, we wanted to develop a sense of community among the families. We had a barbecue in the summer and a Christmas dinner where we recognized Ramadan and other holidays. A tenant said of the community worker role, quote, "No matter what the need, whether it be a ride, food, clothing, community information, or simply a shoulder to cry on, she was there. Because many of us had been isolated from our families and hometowns, every bit of inclusion and support is meaningful. So you see, Mr. Speaker, by working with federal, provincial, municipal levels of government, private enterprise, local benevolent groups can make a big difference. Not only is housing provided at an affordable price, but personal care and coaching are provided as well. And the story continues, Mr. Speaker. Currently, Meadow Homes owns and operates 105 units and recently partnered with another company to create another 25 units in Waterloo. So as I said, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this bill. I believe the issue of affordable housing is best solved through private enterprise and incentives from government, and I'm grateful that Meadow Homes is so successful in Kitchener. What we need to do, Mr. Speaker, is to find ways to replicate the work that Meadow Homes is doing and replicate it across Canada. The real barriers to home ownership and affordable rental units are unnecessary government red tape, high taxes, and lack of incentives for private sector to produce good quality and smaller housing units. The implication of this bill would not necessarily resolve the fundamental issue of housing crisis, which is fueled by restrictive supply and government regulations. There needs to be assurance that people are able to move out of subsidized housing or subsidized rental units into market rate housing, and that they have the appropriate incentive to do so. Job creation needs to be at the forefront of any endeavor so that people have the means and the incentive to improve their social standing, including access to good quality housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My remarks today will be a bit of an homage to one of my favorite comedians and talk show hosts, David Letterman. And I want to be clear, there's nothing funny about homelessness, but there's so many reasons why Canada must enshrine in law the right to housing, and of course I only have a certain amount of time to speak today. So the format worked for me, sort of. And so what I'd like to share with everyone today is my top 11 reasons why Canada must enshrine the right to housing into Canadian law. Unlike David Letterman's top 10 list, my top 11 list is in no particular order. They're all equally important. The number one reason housing should be a right in Canada is because Housing First works. The idea of Housing First as a therapeutic intervention into people's lives was the result of the work by Canadian clinical psychologist from Montreal, Dr. Sam Semberis. Dr. Semberis noticed while practicing in New York City that the same people who were homeless were coming back over and over again to hospital for mental health services. And so he did a radical thing. He reached out to those who were more often than not consulted on homeless policies, people who were homeless, the individuals he was trying to help. Dr. Semberis then worked with other mental health professionals on a radical idea. What if we help people get off the street permanently by providing a place to live? The idea was simple. Once someone has a permanent home, they can focus on their mental health, their addiction, and their physical health. The model has been implemented all over the world, including in Canada, to great success. From the state of Utah that saw a reduction in homelessness by 92%, to Medicine Hat, Alberta, the first city in Canada to end homelessness. Housing First is more of a model than a program per se. In Canada, the Mental Health Commission of Canada's groundbreaking program, the At Home Chez Soi project, built on the Housing First philosophy and the success of Dr. Semberis' work. As the name suggests, I believe Housing First uses a human rights lens to help people get and maintain a safe and affordable place to call home. This fundamental shift in thinking about how we intervene and help people is proven effective social policy. And if improving and saving people's lives wasn't enough, Housing First saves money too. In my own community of Saskatoon, Housing First, implemented by the United Way of Saskatoon and area in partnership with the Saskatoon Crisis Intervention Service, is saving lives and demonstrating cost savings by reducing dramatically the costs of emergency services. Journey Home is based on the Housing First philosophy. As the name suggests, the program helps people who have been chronically homeless to find and secure a home. The stability and safety of a home then allows people to focus on their healing journey. And the results have been amazing. In the first year alone, people helped by Journey Home saw an 82% drop in the use of high-cost emergency services like police ambulance services, and emergency room visits. The social return on investment was calculated to be, for every dollar invested in the program, $2.23 was saved. One participant said of her involvement with Journey Home, "Housing first saved my life." Reason number one is also reason number two, the rising cost of health care. What we see in the absence of affordable, safe, supportive housing is emergency rooms and hospital beds being the de facto frontline service provider. We can't afford this, and it doesn't work. Reason number three, because Diefenbaker would approve. In Prime Minister Diefenbaker's own words, and I quote, "However, the Bill of Rights has been drafted by men and will be applied and interpreted by men," and I'll add women, "who, notwithstanding their high offices in the executive and judicial branches of government, are human beings and therefore subject to error when judged by fundamental standards. In particular," he said, the Bill of Rights may, in the light of subsequent world developments, appear to have overlooked fundamental considerations. And B, the bill, as ultimately interpreted by the Supreme Court of Canada, may appear in one or more respects not to have been so worded as to achieve the desired results. Diefenbaker understood that the Canadian Bill of Rights, as originally drafted, may have missed something and would evolve over time. I often wonder, would Diefenbaker have imagined that during an economic boom in Saskatchewan, someone working full-time in Saskatoon had to live at the Salvation Army's men's shelter because they couldn't afford the cost of market rent? Reason number four, communities need the consistency of long-term government policy. Enshrining the right to housing in law would allow communities the assurance of a consistent government policy framework in their efforts to end and prevent homelessness. All across Canada, community leaders, frontline service providers, municipal governments have stepped up to address homelessness with resounding success. But they can't do it on their own. They need long-term commitments from government to continue their great work. Many a great community effort that improved the quality of life ends up wasted because a government changes and all that great work is no longer a priority for the new government. Resources are wasted, lives are disrupted, and communities find themselves often going back to square one. Reason number five, because sometimes government policy or the lack thereof actually creates homelessness. Good government policy in ending homelessness and preventing it needs to be incorporated across government departments. Otherwise, great policy develops in isolation and can have unintended consequences. I'll share one personal example. When I was involved in the Saskatoon point-in-time count in Saskatoon, I received a call from a social worker at a local hospital. She wanted me to know that if we included the elderly people that were currently in the hospital as homeless, our numbers of homeless people would have been much higher. She went on to explain that a high number of beds in the hospital were currently being occupied by elderly patients who, if they had a place to go, a suitable home, they would not be in the hospital. And these patients and people did not want to be in the hospital. A hospital bed is not a home. Government policy and government systems need to work together better. Number 6 of my top 10 reasons for making housing a right in Canada is because we owe it to the next generation. There are more children in foster care in Canada now than there were children in the Indian residential school system. A colleague of mine called the foster care system the superhighway to homelessness for youth. Young people are homeless for very different reasons than adults. More often than not, young people are living on the street because of physical, sexual, and emotional abuse at home. And I think we can all agree that every young person in Canada deserves a safe, supportive home. Reason number 7, we are in a housing crisis and we need to do things differently. The rise in the cost of housing is outpacing the rise in incomes in Canada. We often hear that Canadians are holding more personal debt than ever, and many Canadians are one paycheck away from not being able to meet their monthly expenses. We must address this issue. We must do something radically different. The solutions of the past aren't going to work in this new reality. In the Hill Times article on September 18th, Tim Richter, the CEO of the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, and Jacqueline Neiman, CEO of the United Way of Centraide Canada, put it this way: changing times require policy innovation that moves beyond replicating past initiatives. Enshrining the right to housing in law could be that innovation that is needed in these changing times. Reason number 8, because I believe Canada's signature on a piece of paper is worth something. In 1976, Canada signed on to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and so many legal experts would say we have committed to enshrining it into domestic law, the right to housing. And we have seen Canada's international rights regularly referred to in decisions made by our domestic courts. Mr. Speaker, let me close with my last 3 reasons that housing as a right be enshrined in law. And those last 3 reasons are Ashley Belanger, David Finday, and Alvin Cote. Ashley, David, and Alvin all experienced homelessness in my city of Saskatoon. Ashley and David shared their expertise, their lived experiences with me and others when I was the CEO of the United Way. Their generosity and intelligence, their willingness to share what they knew are the reasons why Saskatoon began to work as a community on homelessness and invest in housing first and save lives. And finally, the first planning process to end homelessness in Saskatoon was dedicated to Alvin Cote, and so I will end with the dedication to Alvin in the forward to Saskatoon's first ever plan to end homelessness. The Saskatoon Plan to End Homelessness, designed to provide safe homes and a new future for Saskatoon's most vulnerable residents, is dedicated to the memory of Alvin Cote. A proud member of Cote First Nation, Alvin spent his life on the streets of Saskatoon. After facing unimaginable hardships as a child, a conventional life was too much to manage, and he lost himself in alcohol. This placed him outside the reach of most supports. The Plan to End Homelessness aims to provide options for others like him so everyone can make a journey home.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, my Conservative colleague for Kitchener and my NDP colleague as well both made very nice speeches, so I'd like to thank them for that. And I was very impressed by her reference to Mr. Diefenbaker, who was a great Canadian from her province. And I actually was going to talk about Mr. Diefenbaker myself today. So perhaps in a slightly different way than she did, though. So this would amend the Canadian Bill of Rights. We are against this bill in the Conservative Party. I could give you a number of reasons. For example, the number of obstacles to be overcome is sort of vague in the preamble. The bill also doesn't take into account market factors. There's also the issue of provincial jurisdiction, and also the Canadian Bill of Rights, which was established by Mr. Diefenbaker, only affects federal issues. But that's not the angle that I'm going to come from when I discuss this bill today, Mr. Speaker. Rather, I'd like to talk about the underlying philosophical ideas that underlie this proposal put forward by the member for North Island, Powell River. So by talking about these underlying ideas, I'd like to flesh out my argument. Neither the left in Canada, so not even the Marxists from UBC or other schools, nor the right from Calgary would agree with this right and the idea that it should be enshrined in the Canadian Bill of Rights. However, I will salute the member for North Island Powell River because she decided to, she tried to modify the Canadian Bill of Rights rather than the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And I'm very proud of that because in so doing, the member has lined herself up with a British constitutional liberalism, so a very Westminster style, rather than following a more American style. Now, it's a small difference. There's just a nuance, but it really makes a big difference, and I will explain why. In British constitutionalism, power is the final power resides in the legislative branch, and that is why Mr. Diefenbaker, this great Canadian, never would have enshrined the Canadian Bill of Rights in the Constitution. Because in so doing, he would have given the final word to the judges, so to the judiciary. Now, my colleague, I think, has shown great respect to our Canadian political culture and our Westminster style. But this system was almost brought down by Pierre Elliott Trudeau in 1982 when they almost shifted us to an American system where the judges would have the final word. Because we have the notwithstanding clause, but so far no prime minister has been willing to use it. So this is a historic debate. For me, this question goes far beyond the question of housing. For ages, Mr. Speaker, we have been trying to strike a balance between individual rights and collective rights. Even in Canada, we've been having this debate since 1867. And since 1982, there has been a great intellectual debate in Canada about this, so for the last 35 years. John Locke, the intellectual father of modern liberalism and individualism, thought that individual liberty predated the state. So it predated any positive statement of rights. He believed in natural law. He also thought that any political system based on this idea should place the individual at the heart of the law. So this is the basis of our debate today about the right to housing. Because John Locke would have said that the right to housing is not an individual right because natural law has precedence over positive law. In Canada, we have a similar debate. Now, since the new constitution in 1982, there have been many progressive and Marxist thinkers, including Engel, Hirsch, McKay, and Lebel-Grenier, who are the standard bearers of the leftist Marxist thought in universities. And then there are also more conservative thinkers, like Banfield, Norton, Knopf, and Martin. Now, in both cases, Mr. Speaker, now, of course, they belong to very different schools of thought, but both people in both schools would say that it's not by enshrining a new right that you can solve the problem of access to housing in Canada. Now, this might seem like I'm going off on a tangent, but I am getting to my point. Having access to housing, having access to food, having access to education, those are things that have to be done through political fights. Those are political struggles that we need to lead. For example, the rights of homosexuals were obtained through political struggles, not by enshrining the right in any charter. The rights of women were fought for on the floor of political institutions by suffragettes in the early 20th century, for example, not by the Supreme Court of Canada. So I think that there's this difference between positive and negative rights, and this is the distinction between the two schools of thought, Marxist and conservative. And now I'm going to get back to what you were saying, but in the NDP, people want to be able to integrate ideas of positive law into our texts, but that's very rare in Canada. perhaps the only example of that is francophone rights in the Constitution. But according to conservative thought, which is typical of classical liberalism, we think, no, this is negative law. So all of Canadian law was built on a pyramid whose fundamental objective is to ensure that you don't infringe upon other people's rights.
This is a healthy debate. My colleague said that she feels that she is doing a political fight, but perhaps she should do that to control the real estate market, for example, or prices. Or perhaps she should fight for provincial jurisdictions. But when she says she wants to incorporate new rights that are simply going to be alphabetical letters on a piece of paper, that doesn't allow her actually to win that political fight and to deliver that political fight. Diefenbaker's words were very important. But here's how I read Diefenbaker. He didn't go as far as incorporating that right into Canadian legislation. Now, I agree with two extremes. Either the Marxists of Osgoode Law School, but I'm also against those of Calgary, who should say we should include property rights. I'm against both these extremes, rather, that we should incorporate the right to property and the right to housing, because then what you're doing is you're interfering with the state that has other responsibilities. So when you say property rights enshrined in the Constitution, well, then you're going to prevent the government from being able to undertake these huge hydroelectric projects, for example, and have transmission lines going through property. And same for housing. If you say everyone has a right to housing, well, how could you possibly deliver houses to everyone? So let's stay on the path that started before 1982.
Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight in Metro Vancouver, 3,605 people will be spending the night homeless. A substantial number of these individuals reside in my riding of Vancouver East. 3,605 people is the number obtained from the 2017 homelessness count. Since 2017, the number of homeless people in Metro Vancouver has increased by 30%. And that number is constantly growing. To break that number down a little bit, Mr. Speaker, half of them have been homeless for over a year. 16% of young people are under 25, 21% are seniors, and yes, 21% either have a part-time or full-time job. In my riding, where the rental vacancy rate has been sitting at below 1% for years, even those who are currently housed live in constant fear that they may be the next victim of the rental evictions and demo evictions that have been dominating our local news cycles. Many are paying more than 30% of their total income on rent. If this picture seems wrong to you, that is because the situation we have in my riding, and indeed throughout the country, is a human rights violation. Housing is declared as a basic right by the United Nations, and Canada has signed and ratified a number of international human rights treaties that identify the right to adequate housing as a fundamental basic human right. The persistence of homelessness and unaffordable housing in Canada stands in glaring contradiction to our acknowledgement and recognition of having adequate housing as a basic fundamental human right. This is especially unacceptable when Canada is one of the wealthiest nations in this world. Of course, this housing crisis did not occur overnight. In fact, I would argue that our housing crisis began in 1993 when the Liberal government cancelled Canada's National Affordable Housing Program. Had the program not been cancelled, today we would have 500,000 more units of affordable housing across Canada than we currently do. In BC, we would have an additional 100,000 units. With 100,000 units of affordable housing, we would be able to house every single homeless person in Metro Vancouver 27 times over. Just imagine what that would look like for our communities. Constituents and organizations in my riding have creative visions for how to bring about affordable housing in a way that is not only housing our constituents most vulnerable, but in so doing add culture, heritage, and beauty to our community. In Vancouver's Chinatown, for example, community organizations as well as Chinese Canadian youth and seniors living in Chinatown have requested that all levels of government work together to either do a land swap or purchase of 105 Kiefer from a private developer and build it for the community, with special emphasis for low-income seniors housing. In other parts of Chinatown, work has been underway to preserve and renovate Chinese Society and Clan Association buildings to better serve the social and housing needs of community members. The city has committed to renew 8 major Clan Association buildings, but there are many more that would benefit from federal funding so that we can better serve the needs of the community by creating usable community cultural spaces, space for food programs, and affordable housing. In the heart of my riding, the Urban Native Youth Association has been working with the City of Vancouver, the province, and the private sector to realize their vision of building a Native Youth Centre. This centre will be a hub for the urban Indigenous community with multi-purpose programming spaces that provide for culturally responsive services. Above the centre will be 180 units of affordable rental housing units for Indigenous youth and families. With over a decade of hard work and many partnerships, 50,000 square feet of land has been secured for the project, and fundraising efforts to fund the construction are underway. The organization has already raised $2.6 million to date for this project and is requesting $10 million from the federal government so they can complete it. I hope that the federal government will join in and be a partner in this initiative, especially when you consider the fact that in Vancouver, 34% of our homeless population is Indigenous when they only comprise of 2% of the general population. In fact, what we need is a national Indigenous housing strategy. I've mentioned that the rental vacancy rates in Metro Vancouver has been sitting at below 1% for a very, very long time, and that this situation leaves renters vulnerable. It has been estimated that in BC, there are 117,000 rental households who cannot afford their homes, and there is a backlog of over 80,000 rental units that are required to meet current needs. To meet future demands, 7,000 new units will need to be added and be constructed annually. In BC, many nonprofit housing societies, businesses, partners, and stakeholders have come together, and they are ready to work to solve our housing crisis. The BC Rental Housing Coalition has developed a comprehensive 10-year plan to address the province's housing needs. The plan includes the construction of new housing, funds to protect and maintain current housing stock, as well as income and other supports for individuals and families who need it. They have put their assets, equity, and expertise on the table and are inviting the province and the provincial government to come to the table as equal partners. The coalition estimates that to meet BC's current housing needs, annual investments of $1.84 billion is needed. The community housing sector is ready to chip in $41 million annually and requests $691.2 million in annual investment from the federal government. While this may seem like a big price tag, the cost of doing nothing is a lot more. Homelessness in it of itself costs Canada $7 billion annually, $1 billion in BC alone. It is common knowledge that every dollar we invest in providing a home to those who find themselves homeless yields over $2 of savings in areas like healthcare, the justice system, and other social supports. It has also been found that every dollar invested by the government into housing construction also results in $1.52 of GDP growth. In addition, making housing more affordable would increase disposable income for the average household and generate more economic activities. From the proposal, we can also see that housing will add value to our communities in provisions beyond a home. Investing in housing is also protecting our culture, our history, and heritage. Investing in housing is caring for our elders and youth. Investing in housing is taking steps towards reconciliation and honoring our nation-to-nation commitments to Indigenous peoples. Investing in housing is nurturing families and building communities. Innovative ideas, experienced organizations, workable plans, and secure sites are ready and in place, and we are ready to get this going. The community is coming to us with assets and work plans, and in some cases, the municipal and provincial governments are ready and have been doing their part. It is due time that the federal government steps up and become a partner in all of these important projects. Instead, I'm disappointed to see that the money has not flowed on the ground to build real units and house real people. The Liberal government says it has a housing plan, but 90% of that promised funding will not actually be spent until after the next election. This is not acceptable when people and families are desperate now. The government now need to invest. Not only have we not started building, but existing affordable housing stock is being threatened by government inaction. There are 34 housing co-ops in Van East and a total of 1,669 units. If the government does not renew operating agreements, ensure supports is in place for rent subsidies for low-income families, and those families and individuals, I fear, will join the ranks of Vancouver's homeless population. This must not be allowed to happen. And, Mr. Speaker, not to forgotten the need of many individuals in Vancouver who are dreaming of owning their homes and raising their families, but are finding that dream further and further out of reach. Many of these people who cannot afford to own homes, in my riding, have been living in communities for generations. I urge the government to develop a comprehensive measure to address the housing affordability crisis. Investing in housing is an investment. And, Mr. Speaker, if we actually shut down tax havens, close to CEO stock loopholes, that will allow the money that is required to build housing for all Canadians. It is said that a nation is measured by how well we treat our most vulnerable. Let's start with the very basics. I ask all the members to support this bill with a clear declaration that housing is a fundamental basic right.
Resuming debate. Right to reply, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I fundamentally believe in the right to housing. When over 235,000 people are without homes in Canada, we know that housing must be a human right. It's a true pleasure to speak on the right to housing. I wish we could do it more often. As the housing crisis continues, Canadians are increasingly looking at us to deliver solutions. My bill will do this. It amends the Canadian Bill of Rights, introducing housing as a human right. In 1976, Canada enshrined the fundamental right to housing when the government of the day ratified the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. However, this right has never been formally incorporated into Canadian law. This bill would make it happen. During the first hour of debate, we heard a few troubling statements from the government side regarding the right to housing. Surprisingly, in this second hour of debate, we heard absolutely nothing from a single member of the government, which I find interesting. In the first hour, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families said, and I quote, "If we read the UN report on housing, it is not simply about embracing a set of rights, it's about creating those policies." Of course we need policies. But what he doesn't understand is that governments come and go, policies come and go, funding comes and goes. Yet the need for housing is there, constant. What Canada needs is a legislative framework. My bill will ensure a level of structure that would empower people. The Parliamentary Secretary also kept repeating that the right to housing was simply a slogan. I find this to be extremely troubling for a government that claims to be implementing the right to housing, and I quote, through a wide range of federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal laws, policies, programs, and administrative measures. So is this government saying that the right to housing is not a human right? It's not clear to me, because the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Families kept repeating this as late as yesterday at committee, that human rights are crucial in housing. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-325 is about dignity. Human rights are that, moral principles. When our fellow citizens don't have a place to sleep, a place to go to the bathroom, these are incredibly dehumanizing experiences. A home is more than a physical space. Housing is intrinsic to the sense of security for families and stability needed to prevent marginalization. All of us look at a home as an anchor to our community life, a retreat and a refuge. What happens to people when they don't have that is debilitating. The ramifications have been studied repeatedly, and the stress on our communities and society can attest to this. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in the government consultations, the right to housing was a recurrent theme in many comments shared by the experts in the Rain Table. Stakeholders clearly spelled out the need for the legally recognized right to housing. They insisted that a national housing strategy should examine whether our laws, policies, and practices are sufficient to prevent homelessness, forced evictions, and discrimination in accessing adequate housing. They agreed on a rights-based approach to housing, and how the right to housing must be recognized and realized through laws and policies. Mr. Speaker, we've seen this Liberal government to be covetous of other people's good ideas, like the bill on abandoned vessels, which we just saw recently, tabled after the member of Nanaimo Ladysmith had her bill refused to proceed. The National Housing Strategy is soon to be unveiled, but let's be clear, a strategy is not legislation. Although part of me actually hopes that the right to housing will be featured front and center in this strategy, the reality is it will not be the change that makes housing a human right in Canada. A decade from now, we'll still be talking about the gaps in our housing sector if we don't take a different approach. I hope this government will be brave enough to support Bill C-325. For the government to establish a successful long-term national housing strategy, it must be done within the lens of a right to housing. This allows a more cohesive outlook beyond the physical structure by addressing the systemic causes of housing insecurity. Mr. Speaker, there are too many people living in tents, couch surfing, people with mental health issues not having a home to provide them stability, working people who cannot find a home, and people living in unsafe conditions, and seniors making decisions between food, medication, and housing. The housing crisis in Canada requires leadership now. The lack of adequate and affordable housing is troubling, and Canadians, Mr. Speaker, deserve much better.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the follows.
By Ms. Boutin-Sweet, moved that Bill C-325, an act to amend the Canadian Bill of Rights, right to housing, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 8th at 2017, immediately before time provided for private members' business. It being 2:18, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Thank you.